Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to the final round coverage of the Players' Championship 2022 presented by the Tollygunge Golf Club. We are here in Calcutta, all the way in the capital city of West Bengal, on the final day of this scintillating golf tournament with a superb field which is being led by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu at 17 under par, followed closely by Shamim Khan, Ajitesh Sandhu and Viraj Marappa at 14 under par. Also, local lad Rahul Ganji comes in at a score of 13 under par, just 4 shots adrift. And wishing you all a very, very happy Holi from the studios here at the ABP News Network. You are watching the live coverage on day 4.
Thank you for that introduction for all of us, Rahul. A very interesting day poised for all of us. And also, we'd like to wish our viewers a happy Holi, as you've just iterated. A very interesting day for all of us as we have a look at Honey
Rather
Basil.
colorful, isn't it?
Yeah, seems to be.
It's holy.
Yes, so going to be a lot of red numbers, no blue numbers for the players. Hopefully, they'll all be looking to shoot under par. So let's see how that goes. On our team, we have Honey Besoya. He's currently at 10 under par, so he's also in it, 7 shots behind.
Honey Besoya actually shot a 62 yesterday, an 8 under par to climb up multiple positions on that leaderboard. He was only at 2 under par through 2 days and then moved in onto that leaderboard with a 62 yesterday.
He'll have to repeat that sort of performance if he's to come up trumps today.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a superb field this week with most of the international players from India as well as from other countries, neighboring countries, coming in to participate in this tournament. We've got Mohammad Zamal Hussain Mola, who is from Bangladesh, N. Thangaraja Vijita Bandara from Sri Lanka, as well as Sukra Bahadur Rai from Nepal, and Mithun Pereira and Badal Hussain as well. Mithun Pereira from Sri Lanka and Badal Hussain from Bangladesh. We also have multiple top Indian names this week. One of them you're looking at on your screens as we speak. That is SSP Chaurasia. A man from Calcutta draining that putt in, doing exactly what he does well with that putter. Also known as Chip Putt Chaurasia, playing alongside Aman Raj from Patna.
So SSP getting off to a brilliant start there.
Absolutely. SSP Chaurasia also trying to make some damage on that leaderboard this morning. Although he starts his day at 8 under, he's 9 shots adrift from the lead.
Still with an outside chance because it's not certain that the leaders will move in the upward direction. Anything can happen in golf. If it was so simple, we won't have to go through the trials and tribulations of 4 days of golf. So, ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your seats. It's going to be very interesting. Definitely do play Holi and also keep watching golf.
Absolutely. In fact, this is one of the best tournaments that we have seen coming in the last couple of months with the kind of fields that we have. The leaders have really, done superbly on the golf course, producing multiple number of birdies. Yuvraj Singh the tournament with a 9 under par, an absolutely bogey-free round. Made birdies on number 3, 5, 7, 8, and 9, going into the 10th and making another birdie there. 13th, 14th, and 18th. An absolutely scintillating round to jump up on that leaderboard and absolutely almost run away with it.
Yes, he has the penchant for doing that. Good morning from both of us here.
Happy Holi, ladies and gentlemen.
Happy Holi, and it's a very colourful day, and I'm certain that the players are not going to disappoint us as they haven't all week long. Also a word for Shamim. He's a very experienced campaigner, and he could bring in a good performance today. You never know that. I know he's a very consistent player, so he doesn't really have a penchant for going that deep. So if you even have a look at his cards, he's been very consistent. 4 under, 5 under, 5 under. But I think even if he's to repeat that kind of performance, he can actually win. Because you would require somebody to really run away with it, and has to be one of Ajitesh or Viraj or Rahil. Because Rashid is still at 11 under par and the fairway is behind the leader. So Yuvraj, if Yuvraj can shoot 3 under par, I think he should be good for the win, to be honest. I think 20 under par is the number. Let's see how the conditions change if the wind picks up. And that'll also be something that could be interesting. And what kind of pin positions, that something that I am definitely relishing to see. These greens, the green complexes are very intricate, and if the tournament committee wants to make it interesting, it could well be.
I think someone needs to really, take this above 20 under to be able to win this tournament. I do not think the others are going to let them breathe in case they only stop at 20. So, everyone wants to get their hands on the trophy of the Tata Steel Players Championship 2022. And everyone seems to be in absolute form while we look at the hole number 1, the par 4, with 405 yards from the tee box. Most players going with a driver off the tee over here, with a little bit of breeze coming off the left side. As we see one of the golf balls now making its way onto the green, and Honey Besoya walking right there in the middle of the fairway. A quick roundup of the sponsors that help to get these kind of tournaments up and about, and of course the team of the PGTI, which does a scintillating job of putting these golf tournaments together for all of us and for all of you, as well as for the players, providing them opportunities to take their careers to the next level. Tata Steel comes around and becomes the tour partner of the PGTI alongside Amrutanjan Fruitnik, American Express, as well as Rolex and Incredible India. All of these tour partners of the Professional Golf Tour of India. Professional Golf Tour of India currently is the apex body of professional golf in the country, and also hosts multiple tournaments where we also have international names that come in from the neighboring countries to come here and participate. Also, the PGTI has got world ranking points, and that is why playing these tournaments for all of the international names also becomes extremely important.
Very good point by you there, Rahul. The role of the sponsors just cannot be overstated enough. How important they are. They are the essential cog to this wheel that makes golf possible. Professional golf obviously relies on sponsors and partners for the prize money and for organizing these events. And obviously, big group like obviously Tata Steel, what it has done for golf in India and sports in general. A big shout out to them, and especially their ethos for having a sports first approach, and that is definitely resulted in dividends. You can see that Indian golf in the last few years has gone from strength to strength. Things don't happen in a closed environment. You can see what happens on the PGA tour is kind of reflective of what is happening here. So if Anirban Larry is doing well, there's also a certain amount of credit that goes to PGTI, because this has been the breeding ground where he spent a lot of time playing. So it's important that the domestic tour be tough, be strong, have good prize funds, and the sponsors have a great role in that. And I also want to tell all our viewers, and especially our business professionals and maybe even government officials who are watching this, there, many state governments and even central government has come forward, and we've seen that by their participation in our previous tournaments and sponsoring them, and that's just a great thing. It augurs really well for our game. And just to let our viewers know that even the players themselves, many of them are associated with corporations, and that's a great opportunity for them, for the corporations and business houses and even governments to sort of get their name out there and be associated with these players. So, things are really looking up, and a big thank you to all the sponsors and also to the players that are producing this sort of stellar golf, which, mind you, is not easy.
Absolutely. Now we have next on the tee Rahil Gangji playing alongside Rashid Khan and Shamim Khan in the penultimate group at 8:40 a.m. Rahil Gangji playing his home course. Look forward to him taking and making some sort of damage on that leaderboard today. A lot of players going for that left side fairway, and that's the wider fairway on the left side, giving them a better angle into the hole, probably a lob wedge or a full sand wedge into that green. Talking about sponsors, as we look at Shamim Khan, who has been a multiple-time Order of Merit champion on the PGTI, going with a 3-wood this morning. Looks like he's taking a slightly conservative approach, but I'd be looking forward to seeing how much damage Shamim can really do today. Shamim hasn't won a golf tournament for multiple seasons now, and clearly he is back in the mix with a lot of hunger in that belly. And that hunger in the belly should help Shamim Khan produce some scintillating birdies today through the day. So look forward to him actually putting up a superb show, as the victory has been elusive of him for quite a few years now. So that is something definitely Shamim Khan is going to be looking forward to. And also Shamim's game is absolutely suited to this kind of a golf course. And if he can get off to a superb start, I'd say in the first 5 or 6 holes early this morning, he could really start putting in some pressure on Yuvraj Singh Sandhu.
Yeah, I think it's important to get off to a hot start here, especially with what seems to be is going to be a scoring fest here. It's definitely going to come down to who can hold the most amount of putts. So I think important not to let any opportunity slip, as we saw SSP on the first hole made that putt. So That's the kind of approach that the players need to come in with. I see Zamal always in electric colors. Yesterday was the pink, today the bright blue.
Be a good
And
idea to actually put on some pink pants and an orange shirt today, right?
yeah,
Now
yeah,
you
I
look
think
like
yeah.
someone's thrown gulal on you.
So yes, so Rahul, I think next time, next Holi, we're definitely going to be wearing similar colors.
Oh God, wonder how I'll manage that, but let's see.
See if Jamal can manage to make this, but I think he almost has. And unfortunately, golf almost doesn't get you there. You have to get the ball in the hole. So great effort.
Mal flirting with that hole early this morning, just at the start itself. Chikarangappa and Mohammad Zamal, both of them coming in from the left side fairway, took the approach of going more aggressively towards the other side and then taking it on from there.
Green seemed to be rolling really well, and maybe just a tad quicker than yesterday, from what it looks like.
Absolutely true greens this week for the players, and that's the reason that we see so many birdies happening on the golf course, Shaurya. When the greens provide that kind of texture to the players can really dial in their putts.
What we also notice is that greens tend to get progressively fast as the week goes on because more players walk on them. They see a lot more traffic. They're cut every morning. So I don't know if that helps making more putts or it accentuates your errors, but they definitely do get a little bit quicker.
Anyway, so yeah. Chikarangappa now closing in for a par on hole number one. A couple of players on the course already trying to create some sort of damage. Veer Lawat, 1 under par after 3 holes. Sanjeev Kumar L not taking it easy at 3 under par after 3 holes at the start of the day. Ranjit Singh, a man who needs that victory coming in for him, is at 1 under par for the day and at a total of 5 under par for the tournament. Varun Parekh also coming in with a 2 under par through 3 holes. Also, Angad Chima coming in with a 1 under par through the first 3 holes of the day. Let's see if these players are able to take this good start and make the most of it. G. Milkha Singh currently at even par for the day through the first 3 holes. The wind seems to be picking up as we move along. A leader group has made its way now onto the tee box, and we look at the penultimate group in the fairway. A superb shot there by one of the players on that second leader group.
It's not really a difficult flag on the front left because it gives you a lot of space. You can actually draw it from the right. I would think the flag on the right is a little tougher.
A
This
lovely
feeds.
shot coming in also from the fairway here by Shamim Khan. Leaves himself a little bit short of the hole, but that should be no trouble for him. I think, playing to the other side of the fairway might not be making too much of sense today, considering the flags on the left front of the green.
Yeah, but I think it sort of feeds to the left as well. The green is sloped there. So I feel this is definitely a birdie flag. Play for the center, a little bit of a draw. Players would not be getting more than maybe a 9 iron wedge. Yeah, some of the longer hitters, maybe even a sandwich, to be honest.
I think we'll be looking at a complete birdie fest this morning. Hopefully, the scorecards are only showing the red colored gulal and none of that blue. While we look at now Ajitesh Sandhu making his way to the first tee box. This is our leader group. Ajitesh Sandhu is playing alongside Viraj Madappa and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, the man who leads in at 17 under, and the two other players at 14 under par.
I see the players identifying, helping their opponents identify the ball.
It's great to see a young leader group there, all of them in their 20s and maybe early 30s.
Isn't age relative, you know? I mean, if you think about it, what is the term young? I would feel that one is always young at heart.
All my relatives are pretty old.
So yeah, but if you talk about it, yes, obviously it is a young leaderboard. Anyone in their 20s in sport is considered young. Unfortunately for us, we seem to be on the other side. But no, to be honest, golf is one game that helps you level the playing field. You can have youth, you can have the exuberance of youth, but you also have the maturity of experience. So both are sort of going hand in hand, and we're seeing the experience. Shamim Khan hanging in there with the young lot.
Yeah, I mean, if you notice what's happening over here in the first three groups, I mean, the final three groups of this day, all of them young names, all of them working on their fitness, on their games on a regular basis, all of them vying to get to the international tours. You look at the fitness level that is being brought in by these players like Viraj Marappa, Ajitesh Sandhu. You look at Rashid and Rahil also; they keep up to shape. And these things have started mattering a lot in the game of golf because the competition level is so high, the schedule is so difficult. Shamim Khan has
That's not the ideal
overshot
start. It's going to be a
the
very
green.
interesting shot to view.
Interesting shot it is. This will leave Shamim with that's a superb shot by Shamim Khan, leaving himself just 6 feet away for a
He
par.
played it in such a nonchalant sort of fashion, just bumped it there.
That's just Shamim Khan for you.
couple of rolls, and it sort of trundles up close to the hole. I would
Doesn't
have,
matter. Let me just pop it over there and just take one
Yeah.
pop and one skip and one bounce and a little bit of release,
you know,
and then makes it about 6 feet.
I've never quite seen him hit a high flop shot. I mean, if I think about it, he always plays these nice bump and rolls, and they seem to come out perfectly.
Well, I guess whatever gets the job done right. A lot of people, you have to play with the percentages of the game. If the job can be done by a simple shot, then why take the aerial route at all? Rashid Khan was the one whose ball I mistook for Shamim's golf ball. Rashid is the one who's left himself about 15, 18 feet short of the hole.
Rashid not one to amble about it at all. Just one look and ready to fire. What a confident putter this man is. A good ball striker, but an exemplary putter. I think one of the greatest putters that we ever seen on PGTI. Just because the pure aggression and the consistency that his stroke has.
Really turning up like a tiger today, isn't he? The final day red and black combination, just like Tiger Woods, customary of him.
Oh, he will he's looking to roar, unfortunately. Not on this hole, but a lot of confidence man brings to the game of golf. A lot of excitement as well.
There we have Ajitesh Sandhu starting his day at 14 under par for the tournament.
Now, this is a swing that is an absolute delight to watch. What a beautiful swing this man has. Seems to have added a lot of speed, it looks like.
Absolutely, I guess he's also very, very consistent with that golf swing. The repetition that he does of his positions and coming back into the ball. I mean, he's done that so beautifully over the years.
That's another beautiful swing that we'll get to watch. Obviously, a much more powerful swing. One of the longer hitters on tour is Viraj Marappa.
A lot of
Towering
people,
ball flight that he has.
a lot of patrons of the Tollygunge Club have come out to watch the golf and support.
That's a good thing that we have some sort of gallery now, hopefully with COVID waning. But you never quite know. There are always reports to the contrary. But that's why I say enjoy the moment and stay in the present. Viraj would be hoping that he can stay in the present and in the process receive a present in the form of a trophy.
Viraj and Rahil are definitely going to be having a lot of local support today. Also, considering it's Holi, so it's also the festival of colors, love, and all of that.
Yes, absolutely. Look, he gave that a big lash and looking at it a little pensively. Maybe it's gone to the left.
I think that's where most of the players are playing anyway. That's why they've been taking out the driver. Now you know why we were surprised yesterday. So we weren't really doing it wrong. We were doing it right.
Yes, absolutely.
In the right fairway.
You know,
Not
you,
in
you
the
spoke
wrong
about
fairway.
you spoke about youth, but also another point. I think this is probably in terms of ball striking the best group to watch in the entire field. Just all three of them pure ball strikers. Ajitesh is somebody who's like a classical golf swing, very stable, very consistent with his ball flight patterns. Yuvraj very, very aggressive. A lot of compression on that ball. This is something that I want the viewers to see. See how quick he pulls the club down. There is so much lag. It's just a beautiful swing that he has. A lot like Sergio Garcia.
Absolutely. There's a lot of lag in Yuvraj's golf swing. You're absolutely right about that. The way he goes about his business, a lot of loose hand action, and that helps him create that speed that he generates, and that's why he compresses the ball so much. And on the other hand, Ajitesh is like a steady swinger of the golf club. He'll keep putting the ball in the fairway and on the green and keep giving himself opportunities. He hits very stable iron shots, gets them pretty close to the hole, and gives himself way more opportunities actually. So, I'd be looking forward to Ajitesh also creating some sort of damage today, as he has been known to shoot multiple deep rounds. In fact, it's just a matter of his putter getting hot. He's pretty consistent with the clubs, though.
I think it makes life pretty easy if you're able to put yourself in the fairway at least 10 times out of 14. Ajitesh is definitely able to do that. Makes life a lot easier than get on the green. You get a lot more looks in at birdie. And I mean, the game is trending towards power, but I think there's also, there's also an advantage of being a good, consistent ball striker. So, I mean, nobody would deny the gift of power. If you are a long hitter, that definitely does make it easy. But I think if you can be consistent at about 285, 290, where Ajitesh is medium to long, and be that straight, I think you can compete anywhere in the world. So that's why you've seen him taste success on different tours. He competes in Japan, Asia, and all over the world. Look at the various sessions organized by the players for the juniors and the members. This is so good to see the players actually helping out the next generation of golfers.
Obviously, they want to do what we do. In fact, we got it at this clinic too. And how do you hit a backspin? It's not something that a shorter, younger, weaker kid can do, because you need to increase your swing speed a little bit so the ball spins a little bit more, and hence getting the backspin. So these things that they have to learn and have to be patient with.
We could help them out with their technique, as well as answer questions on the mental side of how they felt while hitting certain shots, and what they really required, more than just fixing their technique, which I think the coaches are there for that. But I think we would be able to probably give a little more advice on how to handle the pressure when they go onto the golf course playing an event.
When I was interacting with them, I learned many things. They gave me the information I needed. It was very fun and quite informative.
Back onto the live action after seeing the players give back to the Tollygunge Golf Club's juniors. And that is definitely something I think most of the players should be doing even more of, even in their home clubs. It's a great opportunity for juniors to learn from all of these players. And in fact, the examples of Rahil and Viraj who are doing the clinic over here at the Tolly Club, what a great example for the kids to be looking up to.
I think you've hit the nail on the head, and for the juniors to have an opportunity to see legends like Jiv Milkha Singh, and especially with him turning back the years, he is in good form. He's at 6 under par, and that's also something to take heart from, and see these kind of great golfers. And obviously, what Viraj, Rahel, and all the other players do in organizing these sort of lessons for these juniors and sort of giving back to the game. That's priceless.
Bashwarpal Singh there, chipping it in to a tap-in distance on hole number 12.
Very interesting hole, this 12th hole. The flag pin position here is an interesting one on top of the second tier, so it's going to cause some trouble for the players to reach this and keep it on the correct level, because if you're too aggressive, you could well go over the green and then you'd be staring at bogey. Leave it short, you could be looking at a monstrous putt. So this is going to be an interesting flag.
Bashwarpal, playing his first year on the PGTI, has done pretty consistently so far with 3 rounds of 70, 70, and 69 to stay at 1 under for the tournament. Also have Yashas Chandra in this group playing alongside Kapil Kumar.
What would you recommend when you have a flag pin position like this? Tight hole, it's the back left, and not much green with to work with on the top tier. Would you recommend taking a shorter club and going hard at it, or taking a longer club and dialing back and trying to hit a 3/4 shot? Is there any kind of shot which has a better percentage of being on the correct level?
Sachin Besoya putting for birdie over there, from about 10 feet away. To answer your question, I think completely depends on the kind of club that I have in my hand, and also what kind of a position have I put myself in the fairway or off the fairway. So I think it'll completely depend on what kind of situation I put myself in. But yes, if I on a hole like the 12th, where the yardage is 370 yards, in case I can give myself a sand wedge or maybe max to max a pitching wedge, no matter where the flag is, I'd be taking it on if I put myself into a decent spot. Of course, that is completely dependent on the day as we see it then.
Rightly said. Obviously, the distance to the flag does matter, and where a player tends to miss his shot as well. But coming back to the point of ball striking, I think the most important thing is getting your yardages. It doesn't quite matter if you're a little off left or right, but you should be able to get that distance right. And you can only get that right if you have a pure strike. So that's what I would tell juniors, and I'm sure you would echo that sentiment. It's very important to have a consistent, good strike so that you can control your distances. If you're
Absolutely.
flag high, I think you'll never be in too much trouble.
You're absolutely right. In fact, Shaurya, I teach a lot of junior golfers, and I see that it's very easy to hit a golf ball with a full throttle, 100% golf swing. Yashas Chandra closing in with that 6-foot putt on the 12th. It's very easy to just hit a full swing and full shot on 100% speed, but to be able to dial in those yardages to the numbers that you require is the part that I think most of the players to work on as professional golfers and as golfers of a higher caliber. It's everyone can hit a full shot, but you hardly get a full shot on the golf course.
Yes, you're right. It definitely depends on what kind of planning and how you sort of gauge each shot. So it's important that you have each of them under control.
In fact, practicing those awkward yardages, which the ones that you do not know, do not have a club for, is the key to sort of achieving that dialing in of the yardages. The leader group has reached the green. Ajitesh Sandhu and Yuvraj Singh coming in from the other fairway. Viraj Marappa has already made his way onto the green. Looks like athleticism helps them get quicker as well.
Absolutely. That might be one of the reasons of slow. Coming back to the green.
Yuvraj Singh already giving himself an early opportunity from just about 6 feet, coming in slightly from his left side on this putt.
So not wasting any time, picking up from where he left off.
Shamim Khan, although missed that putt that he had from about 6 feet 4 apart on the first hole, and has dropped one shot and gone down to 13 under par. Shamim might want to change gears pretty quickly and get that ball rolling towards the hole as soon as possible if he still wants to keep the challenge up to Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. Rahil Ganji has already started with a birdie on hole number 1 and has moved in at 14 under par, 3 shots away from Yuvraj. Ajitesh Sandhu has an uphill look at birdie over here from about 15 feet away. He's not made it up to the green, but that shouldn't be a problem considering it's just on the fringe. The fringe is the part of the green, is just off the green. It's like the fairway cut between the green and the rough area is what the fringe is.
It's a good makeable putt that Ajitesh faces here, uphill, maybe all of about 15 feet, breaking a little from his right to left, and hence he's asked his caddy to take the flag out. This could well be a good start for Ajitesh.
Very deliberate with his routines. Has he got it?
I think both of us read it wrong. It actually broke the other way. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's also very important to read the correct line. You might hit a good stroke, but if you don't have the line, you don't quite make the putt. And that's why players tend to use these different techniques to understand the intricacies of the break. And it's so important to get that right. You could hit a great shot, even hit a great putt, but it doesn't go in the hole. So and never underestimate the importance of reading the greens correctly. I think that's an innate skill, but you can hone it over the years. And there are different methodologies that you saw Viraj. He's using something different, aim point, and a different concoction of that as well. So uh, there's no stopping you from trying anything as long as you can sort of read the line. If you're as agile and fit as Camilo Villegas, then you can even do the Superman that he used to do.
Viraj now giving himself an early opportunity for birdie on hole number one. This one, if we are to learn anything from Ajitesh's putt, would break slightly from his left. Let's see if Viraj can continue the momentum that he's carrying from day number 3, where he shot a 62. As he got it right, and he does, Viraj Madappa would move up to 15 under par in the tournament, 2 shots away from the lead. Viraj Madappa bringing in some sort of heat onto the golf course this morning, using that momentum from the penultimate day. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu also now eyeing his putt. This putt is important for him to make sure that he can also carry the same momentum from yesterday into today's round. So it's 17 under par currently, and Viraj has moved into 15 under par. The first challenge for the players that comes up on this front nine is hole number 3, where a very difficult tee shot awaits them, followed by another difficult shot to get up onto that green. Depending on the kind of club that the players choose from the tee box, it'll depend on that as to what club they get from the fairways. It's a pretty long hole, hole number 3, 415 yards, flanked by a water hazard on the left side, which starts at approximately 240 odd yards off the tee box and then goes on all the way up ahead, almost all the way to the green. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu to get to 18 under par and an early birdie start. Does he have it?
Oh, unfortunate.
Yuvraj didn't have the best of lines over there. It seemed like a good putt to us. Viraj would be staying at 17 under, while Viraj is flirting already.
Another point, maybe an amateur or a weekend golfer would have maybe one such putt in 2 rounds or 3 rounds where he's able to have such a short birdie putt in all honesty. But good ball strikers like Yuvraj in his round, you might have 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 of these kind of length putts in a round. So for them, it's so important to convert these putts and also the attitude. I think if I speak from personal experience, if you miss such a putt and if you're just an average ball striker, there is a feeling that you've let one go, and that can actually sort of play on your conscience, saying, oh, I should have held that putt. But for the better ball strikers, they don't get deterred because they know these kind of opportunities will almost come every second hole because they're so good with their irons. And that's another reason why it helps them freewheel.
Pawan Kumar from Delhi, with a round of 65 yesterday, is at a total score of 6 under par.
Pawan has been playing well. He's somebody who has been pro for quite a while and now has become more consistent and better with his game.
Pawan is playing alongside Kalin Joshi today, as well as Gaurav Pratap Singh. Looking now at Gaurav Pratap Singh lining up for a birdie putt. Gaurav Pratap Singh, a very aggressive golfer, always going out to make birdies. Currently at 1 over par for the day and total of 5 under par for the tournament. A decent round starting the first 3 days with 69, 68 and 67. Let's see if he can produce another red number today.
Gaurav Pratap Singh, unfortunately, not being able to step on the gas in the final 2 days. We've seen that repeatedly, and even today he's over par, so he really needs to turn it around. At one point in time yesterday, I think he was 4 under for his round, so there's something definitely missing that is not letting him sort of reach his potential in the final 2 days. Let's hope he's able to fix that chink in his armor. Good putt there by Gaurav. Should be able to tap that in for his par. But pars, unfortunately, are not going to move him up the leaderboard today. I feel that anybody, even in the lower half and in mid of the leaderboard, will definitely need to shoot red numbers to climb up that leaderboard. Playing alongside Kalin Joshi with some very fashionable shoes there, reminding us of Miguel Angel Jimenez. Very stylish shoes indeed. If you have the style, half the work is done, I feel sometimes. Huh? If you don't play well, you still have fancy shoes.
I've come to believe that if I can't play like them, at least one can try to dress like them.
Yes, I mean, if you're able to pull it off, that's another topic. But yes, at least wear them.
I mean, at least when once you step on that first tee box with a couple of players who do not know you, at least they get intimidated, isn't it?
Yes,
it
that's the
seems
whole
like
point.
a professional golfer.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is half the victory right there. So for all our weekend warriors, just dress like a good golfer, I think. And when the time comes to hit the shot, probably change the subject.
Kalin Joshi from Bangalore.
Another
Winner
prolific
on-
ball striker, Kalin is.
Multiple winner on the PGTI as well as a winner on the Asian Tour.
Leaving it very short. It's very strange putt by him.
Hey, look, up here like a little bit of a downhill. So sometimes it can also be like you misread the amount that the downhill is really going to help you. I mean, just to chat about what we see over here. Usually, all of the players have the fingers of their gloves out of their back pockets, and some people who do not play golf might wonder why do their fingers just pop out of the pockets? Why can't they just put the entire glove inside?
Actually. or if somebody who's uninitiated might think it's a glove of Jack the Ripper. But no, that's because the glove has to dry out. And that's another pro tip for all the amateurs and part-time golfers is don't keep wearing the glove the whole time. Just wear it when you're hitting the shot and then keep it in the pocket. A fancy way would also be tie it to your belt. That's what also some of the golfers do. And that helps the glove dry out and improves the longevity of the life of the glove, because the glove itself is also not a very cheap purchase, so as to speak.
I think also, it helps to maintain the shape of the glove.
That's an unfortunate putt. Definitely did not maintain its shape there, missing the hole.
Kapil Kumar trying to maintain shape of his game with a good finish there in Kalahar Blues and Greens. Definitely one guy who could win a tournament.
You're also working a lot on maintaining shape. The little birdie tells me that you started visiting the weight room. Is it?
I try.
Resurgence? Are we going to see you next year?
I think
Are you going to fulfill the failed dreams that I had this year?
I think it's an effort done a little too late. Although I really wish that.
Never too late in the day, not until they say the proverbial fat lady sings.
I do wish that better brain cells had bestowed upon me, a couple of years ago. Clearly, I've taken a little bit of time to understand the requirements of diet and fitness. Nonetheless, at least we are here now and recognizing it.
I think there's the time. Let's call for a couple of golgappas and some sweets probably. I thought that's the diet you're talking about. Good part there, back up there. We as commentators can keep talking and not feel the heat, but the players obviously are feeling the heat literally and metaphorically, because it is the final day. They're playing for a big prize money, and they're here at the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2022 presented by Tollygunge Club. A prize fund of 50 lakh for the total tournament, and this is being played at the Tollygunge Golf Club. So the players have so much to play for. You could be looking at a prize fund of close to 8.5 lakh for the winner. That's not too bad for a week's work.
while we speak and we speak so much, Rahil Ganji has made his way to 15 under par, already 2 under par for the day. He's made,
2 under
made
par
a
for the day in
birdie
2 holes.
start.
Okay. This
So
is
Rahil
what they
Ganji
say
definitely
is Lady Luck favors the local player. So this is home, and definitely that seems to be favoring him. That couldn't have been a better start. I mean, you're 2 under after 2 holes. What more can you ask for? The first hole and the second hole, which is a tricky par 3 in its own right. And
since we're here now on the screens, let's just wish everybody in person or live in person a very happy Holi to all of you. And thank you so much for joining us on this festival to watch the final round of this 50 lakh rupee prize purse Tata Steel Players Championship at the Tollygunge Club.
Yes, we like to wish you all again, do play with colors and do be safe and take care of the environment, of course, and also take care of enjoying this great festival.
There's too much happening over here. Ajitesh Sandhu has dropped 1 shot and moved down to 13 under par, while Rahil and Viraj making inroads, both the local lads trying to get to that leader at 17 under and making early strides into this day.
It looks like a game of Russian roulette at this point in time. It's like anybody's game.
Yeah, things seem to be changing out here and changing too fast.
Obviously, they want to do what we do. In fact, we got it at this clinic too. At how do you hit a backspin? You know, it's not something that a shorter, younger, weaker kid can do, because you need to increase your swing speed a little bit so the ball spins a little bit more, and hence getting the backspin. So these things that they have to learn and have to be patient with.
We could help them out with their technique, as well as, you know, answer questions on the mental side of how they felt while hitting certain shots, and, you know, what they really required, more than, you know, just fixing their technique, which, you know, I think the coaches are there for that. But I think we would be able to probably give a little more advice on how to handle the pressure when they go onto the golf course playing an event.
When I was interacting with them, I learned many things. They gave me the information I needed. It was very fun and quite informative.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber-reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel. That is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost-effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's ComFloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part. making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Back to the live action at the Tollygunge Club. We have on our screens right now Samar Dwivedi, who is currently at 2 over par for the day and 2 under par for the tournament. Samar Dwivedi with rounds of 70, 66 and 70 to have been at 4 under for 3 days, dropping a little bit of early shots this morning. Looks like one of their fellow players is in a little bit of trouble, waiting for his pitch to arrive on the green. All players waiting anxiously for this ball to arrive. And there we have it. Man almost arriving as a phoenix does from the ashes, as we don't know where he's coming from and we don't know who he is.
Well, that's quite the take. So let's see. Let's wait for the mystery to unravel.
Samar Dwivedi needing a little bit of work to be done. Sanjeev Kumar L at 3 under par and Jeev Milkha Singh at 1 under through the first 6 holes of the day.
So Jeev definitely trending in the right direction.
Aman Raj and SSP Chaurasia also at 1 under par through the first 3 holes of the day, taking their totals to 9 under par. Aman Raj also coming in with a 64 on day 3, which is a 6 under par on this golf course.
Summers will be hoping to strike the right note on this putt.
Pun intended, I think Samarth will understand that.
For our viewers, Samarth is a music aficionado, a good guitar player, sings a little bit. I think the blues and the 80s rock music is his genre and choice of music.
Samarth is playing alongside Vikram Rana, who is at 3 under par for the tournament.
Oh, so close yet so far from the Paradise City. And the final day wears on. We have a look at Vikram Rana, the
He
grizzled,
is the Phoenix. Now we know who the Phoenix was.
the grizzled veteran, knows all the tricks in book. If you ever catch him in a normal friendly round and you put a wager with him, please make sure that you read the terms and conditions, because more often than not, he will end up winning. Vikram Rana, very good ambassador of the game, has been a amateur for a long time, has represented the country, and then post that turning professional, finally taking the plunge. Always wanted to play professional golf. That's a bug that a lot of the golfers, when their game improves, they want to try to compete with the best, and I think that's a good attitude to have. It's a lot tougher than the amateur ranks is professional golf, but if they say if you don't buy a ticket, you don't win the raffle. So let's see if he can get that prize fund today. Looking on, really doing a lot of calculations is Vikram Rana.
Even I have that bug, I just don't seem to improve.
As long as you let the bug fly, that's the point. Vikram Rana keeping the flag in. The flag is tilting towards him. I don't know if that seems to be the correct decision here. We'll find out shortly. Oh, what do I know? I'm just a commentator. What a great part there by Vikram.
Vikram Rana with a great up and down there, coming in from over the green to save that par. Sanjeev Kumar L, the man, at 3 under par for the day. Sanjeev Kumar is a player from Lucknow. He's a winner on the PGTI in the past, looking to find his second victory.
Oh, unfortunate.
Samarth Dwivedi slowly improving his game over the past couple of months, really bringing in the better part. Ranjit Singh, my apologies. They say I have too many Kumars in the field, I guess.
Ranjit Singh. What a consistent player he's been throughout his career. He got a lot of airtime a couple of weeks back when he was leading, contending. And eventually he did fade away, but that's the nature of this beast, a very tough beast to tame. Definitely is the game of golf, and to win a tournament you need to do everything right for the entirety of the 4 days and even one hole.
Ranjit is another steady swinger of that golf club. Very consistent and quite straight with that golf ball. He doesn't move it around too much, keeps his setup pretty square. His swing is a very fluid one. It's a really repetitive golfer, and I've seen this over the years. He's always been a very consistent ball striker.
Yeah, he still packs a punch. very fitness oriented. As we have a look at hole number 9.
Karthik Sharma.
Karthik, the southpaw. What's the difference is that going through this thin alley, both of the players would be looking at a different shot shape entirely. I think Karthik would favor a little bit of a draw here. That's sort of a distinct swing. A lot of upper body movement, tends to dip a little bit at impact. So no two swings are alike. And this group exemplifies this as we have a look at the third player in this group.
Maniram Sharma from Karnal.
Yeah, Maniram. You will look at this ball going really high, hits the ball very high, not too long.
And very straight.
Very straight, and doesn't take much time, probably all of 4 seconds to hit that shot. So, the time he saves is what players like me use.
Absolutely. He's one of the fastest players on the tour, and, he just goes about his business in a very unassuming kind of a way and shoots some really good numbers. He's very consistent with the numbers that he produces on the course. And surprisingly, you'd think that a person like Maniram would only be successful on a shorter kind of a golf course, but I've seen him shooting, regularly 3 to 4 rounds of under par numbers on even longer golf courses, more of the resort style courses, which are longer and wider. He does
Absolutely.
well there as well.
I think he's improved over the last 2 years. There's something to be learned from his approach to the game of golf. He genuinely enjoys this game, and I know this sort of goes back to the aft-used adage: you got to enjoy, you got to love what you do. But it makes it a lot easier if you really enjoy playing golf. I know that a lot of professionals do, but some of them treat it like too much of a job, which it unfortunately is as well. But you have to enjoy it like Ajitesh enjoys his game of golf. It's going to be an interesting shot here for Ajitesh Sandhu on hole number 3. He's missed it to the left of the green. This is going to be a deft bunker shot for him, and if anyone can do it, he surely can. Not the easiest of bunker shots. Done pretty well. Would have that to save his par now.
Sandhu would have that 4-footer to save par on hole number 3. It's like a little bit of work cut out for him today. Needs to start turning the table because Rahil and Viraj as well as Yuvraj are staying up there. Shamim Khan also early on dropping a shot. Going into a conversation that we had a little earlier today about how corporates and golf is coming to the fore now. Also, how the speed at which the game of golf is growing in the country, be it juniors or club golf, is just absolutely phenomenal. Over the past 5 to 7 years, we've seen a tremendous amount of growth in the number of golfing facilities, the number of golfers, and also a complete surge in junior golf. The future of Indian golf seems bright, and with the latest finish of Anirban Lahiri, who finished at 12 under par at the Players' Championship, to finish just one shot shy and at a runner-up position, does give us even more encouragement for all these junior golfers to go and excel. Viraj Madappa, can he chip that one in? He'd be tapping that in for par. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu on hole number 2. A long attempt for birdie. Doing a splendid job with that birdie attempt. Would be tapping that in for par. Ajitesh Sandhu has about 3 to 4 feet coming in to save his par on hole number 2. My apologies. I think I mentioned earlier this was hole number 3, although this is the coverage from the par 3, hole number 2, the 171-yard par 3 with a top left flag today. Ajitesh going aggressively for that flag and miscuing it just by 3 to 4 yards in that left bunker. Nonetheless, he has this 3-4 footer for par now. Very meticulous about his routines, each and every time does the same thing over and over again, and seems like it pays. We're back to looking at Kartik Sharma, the left-handed golfer from Gurgaon. Pretty steady swing there for him. Kartik Sharma currently at 4 under par for the tournament and a tie for 24th position. He's put himself on the putting surface on this hole. Ranjit Singh from Chandigarh, the man who led the tournament in Kalhar Blues and Greens, didn't close it, but I wouldn't be surprised. I think this might be the year that Ranjit Singh really pulls out one from his bag and does get that monkey off his shoulder, getting that first victory that he totally deserves in the career he's had. And definitely the way he's scoring and the consistency of it, and of course, almost tasting it closely very recently, he does have a shot at this. And this could be his year. Back to that 10th tee box, the par 5. 510-yard par 5, the 10th, with Vikram Rana on the tee box, teeing it up in the middle of that tee box. And he keeps his arms far away from his body, frees up that arm action as much as possible, really lashes at that golf ball, sinks them up with the body movement through the ball. From Rana still hitting it far away. It's a low slinging draw is what he hits. The group of Ranjit Singh, Kartik Sharma and Maniram Sharma on the green now. Ranjit Singh putting for birdie from about 25 feet away. Ranjit Singh and his group are on hole number 9. So let's see if Ranjit can try to drain this ball into the hole. It's a longish attempt for birdie. Currently at a score of even par for the day and total of 4 under par for the tournament. Needs to get this in, take himself further up that leaderboard. Does he have it? A great attempt by Ranjit Singh. Currently tied for the 24th position. Flag perched up onto that right top of the green. All the players putting themselves into the fatter side of the green, giving themselves a sure shot opportunity at least to try to make a putt. Pin perched up onto that slope on the right top of this green on the ninth. Karthik Sharma now. Let's see if he's learned something from Ranjit's putt. He comes in almost from about 15 to 16 feet to the hole. Karthik with a very peculiar putting stroke. It's like he pulled that one a little bit. It was never on line. Great speed though. Maniram Sharma with the closest attempt here for birdie. It's got about 10 feet in. Let's see if Maniram can pick up from here. Should have got a very good idea of the line considering all the other two players were coming in from the same direction. 5 under par currently on the leaderboard, and a tie for 19th position is where Maniram is at. One birdie here could take him up to tie Kalin Joshi at the 18th position.
This could well be one of the best tournaments that Maniram is having. I don't know if he's ever finished in the top 10 previously. I'm sure he would have, but not that usually. But this is the perfect stage for him. This is the kind of golf course that he can excel at. Maniram having deep in discussion with his caddy. As I spoke earlier, it's so important to get the correct line. And I know that it seems like after repeated point, but it's so important. You can't really hold the putt until the line is perfect. So the green rating ability is so important. It's paramount towards holding a putt, which he almost did, and there it's just
the line almost appearing to be like on a string, like a left inside kind of a line from that that area. All the players seem to have just misread that. Maybe it just appears to be a very straightish kind of a putt. Each of the putts just drifted away towards the right side as it made its way towards the hole. Ranjit Singh with a 4-footer now, 4 par on hole number 9. They are the kind of putts that really test the nerves of a player. Considering that Ranjit has been putting himself into far better situations of late, playing leader groups, I'm sure this one he's getting used to. These kind of situations is going to be regular business for him. Also using the claw grip now.
I think the claw grip is a grip which actually works better on quick greens. So it's perfect here, but I would personally not recommend the claw grip on slower putting surfaces.
It seems to be the trend of the season. Seems to be like that. It's the trending topics on social media is the claw grip these days, and it seems to be working for a lot of people, including some of the top PGA Tour players as well.
Yes, golfers definitely do like to see what works for another player and then give it a shot. In a way, I don't know if it's a correct analogy, but a little bit like lemmings. If one jumps off, the other does too.
Red colored shaft. I think that's one of those stability shafts that a lot of players are using these days.
Stability shaft on a putter. I mean, it's like, what is the swing speed on a putter? I've never seen this.
There's some new technology. I'm not really well versed with what the technology is, but it's something that is being spoken of a lot these days.
Does it help make more putts?
I have no idea.
It's worth giving it a shot for the next year's Q school. Is that what you're telling me?
As long as you can use your putting to reduce your shots, it's fine. You shouldn't be giving too many shots to putting in any case. Om Prakash Chauhan. Haven't seen OP in some time. Now OP is currently at 1 over par for the day and 4 under par for the tournament, tie for 25th position. Another prolific golfer.
OP imparts a lot of spin on the ball, has a very steep angle of descent. A little bit over the top. Likes to hit a fade all the time.
Very affable personality. Easy going, always smiling.
See, the club face is a little open. Now you see he'll come a little over the top, impart a lot of spin on that ball. Let's have a look if our camera can capture. Brilliant camera work there. You see the ball soaring like a bird and then falling like a butterfly. It's a stings like a bee, floats like a butterfly. That's what it is. Now we are talking about the great Muhammad Ali's court. So we have Veer, also another good player. You have a look at him. He's so tall, so long levers, able to generate a lot of speed. That definitely is an advantage in today's modern game where you have to belt out big drives.
Very steady golfer, Veer Lawat. He's been winning tournaments and also started to ply his trade in Asia now.
He has the game. He has the game that he can play internationally.
Absolutely.
I think that's a big difference in the younger golfers of today if you compare them with the yesteryears. That the amount of bombers, so as to speak, players who are able to hit the ball about 300 and even beyond it has really increased. And the average driving distance, if you can get the statistics, you'll see that year on year they've radically increased. And that's not just because of the equipment. I think the kind of golfers, the profile of golfers that we're seeing has changed. Like if you have a look at young Karthik here, he looks more like a cricketer. They're all fit, quick, nimble, and athletes definitely spend a lot of time on their fitness, and that's something that has changed. Yesteryear's golf was a lot more about touch and working the ball, improving your short game and maybe relaxing on the 19th hole after your game is done. But I think it's obviously changed a lot. It's a lot more about fitness, but obviously there are still players who do have that touch, and Maniram is definitely one of those. He does possess that Swilken touch. And now we can count down to the shot. It's going to be a 3, a 2, and a 1, and here we go.
Maniram also keeps his driver face way open with added loft. That's why he hits that ball so high. But it works for him. Veer Lawat also doing some damage today at 2 under par for the day and a total of 8 under par for the tournament. That has taken Veer to a tie for 12th position as of now. A couple more shots could give him a shot at top 10. I think 10 under par for the week will definitely make it in the top 10.
Look at how the standards of golf have improved year on year. I remember back in the day, 10 under par could be good enough for a victory. OP now, you can have a look. His caddy is very flamboyantly dressed, all in red. I think that seems to be a measure to ensure that they are red numbers as we have a look at the legend of Indian golf and the legend of sport, Mr. Jeev Milkha Singh. Having a good day today so far is Jeev. At 1 under par and 7 under for the tournament. Having his own distinct style of play. Has stuck to his guns, and even early in his career he was very particular about sticking with what works, and that's obviously reaped a lot of dividends for him in that stellar career, so many victories. And who can forget that shot at Valderrama when he hit that 6-iron on that final hole to win that European Tour tournament? What a phenomenal shot that was. It was definitely a shot that was heard around the continent, if not the world. Good effort there by Jeev. Still fit, even at the fine young age of, I think, 49 or 50 now he is, and doesn't look it at all. Just coming back to the point, golf is obviously a game of skill, but over the years it's turning into a game of skill and fitness. So I would say that if anybody has his young wards or friends who want to get into the game of golf, I would say that definitely do emphasize on fitness and all sort of fitness, your cardiovascular fitness, but you must also have explosive power to hit that ball far. And that's what makes the game of golf so unique. It's that there's so many different aspects to it. It's not just one simple thing. You need cardio fitness to be able to play so many tournaments that these professionals do on the trot. You need explosive power to hit that ball 300 yards. It's no mean feat. Mind you, many players have tried that and failed. So that's something to keep in mind, and would say that for younger players, for juniors, it's very important to keep them engaged in other sports as well, so that they're able to balance out their physicality and then move on to golf. I've seen that a lot of the ex-cricketers and hockey players are still able to hit the ball 300 yards. That's because they have the correct sequencing in their muscles and they have that power to hit that ball. So it's important to play all the other games and also play golf as well. A well-rounded development plan is required. But if you're just a weekend warrior, just enjoy the game of golf. As we have a look at Viraj Madappa on our screens. Viraj currently at 15 under for the tournament. Now look at hole number 9. Pawan Kumar 1 over for the day and 5 under for the tournament, having a good week so far. As you can see that there are many red numbers and they all bunched up together. That tends to happen on a golf course which is not so prodigious in terms of the length or a massive layout. Players tend to get bunched up closer here. As you can see, there good 20 golfers within 10 shots of the lead, and at this point in time we have 37 golfers at under par, so showing you that the standard of play is obviously very good. Players are able to make the most of it, and as we go down, have a look at the leaderboard. The scores are a little higher today. Just have a look at the leaderboard right now, ladies and gentlemen. You can see Yuvraj still leading the pack.
Oi.
Back on hole number 10, where we just saw OP. This is going to be an interesting shot by Veer. Back on the tee, we have Jeev Milka Singh favoring his favorite left to right fade. I don't know if he still carries that trusty 3 wood. He used to have that small 3 wood oblique 2 wood that it was that he used for almost 15 years of his career. I don't know if he still has that in the bag or not.
It's like the Calcutta heat is on all the players pulling out their umbrellas and their towels. The weather conditions somewhere around 37, 38 degrees Celsius with a little bit of breeze on the golf course, but the heat seems to be putting on. Colin Joshi playing alongside Pawan Kumar now on our screens. Pawan Kumar currently at 5 under par. Colin Joshi at 6 under par, playing to even par for the day so far. Coming into the 9th hole. That third playing partner is Gaurav Pratap Singh. Pawan Kumar now from Delhi, taking his second shot on hole number 9. Kind of gets the club a little bit across the line on the top of the backswing, but does a pretty good job of delivering the club back onto the ball square. Pawan Kumar, the homemade golf swing of his, getting that club go across the line first, then shallows it out and gets back onto the ball.
The 9th hole is one of the more difficult holes here, probably one of the most difficult holes, and that's a hole that players would be happy to make a par. It's at 433 yards, one of the longer par fours here.
Seems like all of the players have chosen this one spot to congregate at, like just can't get enough of themselves, each other, right?
I think that might be a good bailout area and giving a sort of an angle to that flag.
Gaurav Pratap Singh making his way onto the green in regulation on hole number 9 would have about 35 to 40 feet of an uphill battle to get a birdie here. Colin Joshi. Colin Joshi taking a little aggressive swing at it with what seems like a wedge and does well with it, getting himself to about 10 feet for birdie. Very similar position to where Maniram Sharma was at just a few moments ago.
Very good shot by him there. Definitely making light of the hole. I think that's the advantage that length has. You can miss the fairway, but you get a short iron in, and the obstacles are not really there for you.
Yuvraj Singh Sandhu has dropped a shot and come down to 16 under par for the tournament, while Rahil Gangji is at 15 under. Shamim Khan also now back with 2 birdies at 15 under par along with Viraj Madappa. The challenge of this tournament just seems to be getting more and more ripe as we move on through the day. A quick roundup of the sponsors that help us to bring these golf tournaments together. Tata Steel, tour partner of the PGTI, and Amrutanjan Fruitnik, the hydration partner of the PGTI, American Express, Rolex, as well as Incredible India. And of course, a big thanks to ABP Network to be telecasting live golf tournaments now on YouTube as well as on Facebook via their channel called Wah Cricket. So finally, golf being played in India professionally, being telecasted on live television.
I think this has been a great development for Indian golf. The partnership between ABP Network and the Professional Golf Tour of India. We're in the second year running and going from strength to strength, and also allowing our viewers to watch it free of cost. I mean, what could be better than that? Head over to any of the social media channels for ABP Live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, or go head over to pgtofindia.com and follow us there, and then you'll have all the social media channels available over there. You'll be able to get in-depth statistics about the players, their scoring, The yearly earnings if you want to figure out that if you want to be a professional golfer and if you see yourself making a dent. So that's some of the information that would be available to you.
The if you like and appreciate the players that you watch over here, you must be looking up to some of these golfers that you watch on your televisions as of now. Go over to their social media handles and they follow them. See their journeys. Where are they playing next? Where did they play this week? What are the fitness routines? Where do they hang out? And what do they do in their free time? It would be great for all of you to pick up a few pieces from their lives. And all of these personalities are also very, very friendly. So it'll be a good thing for all of the junior golfers to be looking at, and even for the club golfers for that matter. Gaurav Pratap Singh giving that one a good run for birdie would have about 3 feet coming back to save par. Pawan Kumar from a similar distance now. Pawan's ball would break a little bit from the right to the left, going on towards this hole. He's got about 25 feet to mitigate. Pawan is a very good putter within 10 feet of the hole. Let's see if he can find a birdie here on hole number 9. Pawan currently 1 over par for the day.
The green complexes have been immaculately cut and manicured. Oh, what a beautiful putt! Making the most of those beautiful greens with that beautiful putt. Pawan Kumar, what a birdie!
Pawan Kumar would now go back to even par for the day and get back to 6 under par for the tournament. That would take him up to the tie for 17th position.
That's a good feeling to make a birdie here. Would Gaurav Pratap be looking to emulate him?
Khalid Joshi from Bangalore, former Panasonic Open winner, now going for birdie. With a great shot coming in from the right rough, giving himself a shot from about 10 feet.
Adding to the color of the day is Cullen with his pink t-shirt and fancy shoes, looking really splendid today.
Really like Arnel Jimenez kind of shoes, aren't those?
Yes, definitely.
Also, some of those tap dancers use those kind of shoes, right? Don't they?
There's blues dancers, jazz musicians, and let's see if you can add some music to this putt.
As the cameraman listens to us and zooms in towards the shoes, Cullen
Unfortunately,
seems to have gotten absolutely wrong line. That putt really is like a left center or left inside kind of a putt, as we've seen. We've learned from various other players who've missed the putt coming in from that side.
Definitely has pushed that a little too far beyond the hole, maybe a little too aggressive. I'll have his work. This is the thing about golf that I keep saying. Golf is just not about aggression. It's so tough. You have to get every emotion in check. It's about controlled aggression because, if you draw an analogy, think about football. When a player is going, to try and shoot a goal from 20 yards, 30 yards, 35 yards, he can go aggressive, miss the ball, and then he start again. But here, if a player goes aggressive and goes past the hole, there's a chance that he'll actually drop a shot. So you almost achieve defeat from the jaws of victory. So that can be a body blow that stays with the player for the rest of the round because you feel it's like fratricide. It's like a self-inflicted wound. He was just 10 feet from birdie and now he's staring at a 3.5 footer. So you're seeing that he's really focused on this. He does not want to miss this putt under any circumstance. And he won't.
Players have
He's a multiple-time winner.
Players have such solid routines that they even juggle their feet the same way every time.
Absolutely. Let's see if Gaurav Pratap juggles his feet as well here for his par putt.
While we are here with this group on the 9th green, Viraj Marappa has now moved into 16 under par to tie for the lead along with Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, followed closely just by one shot by Rahil Ganji and Shamim Khan. So two experienced players following these two young lads just one shot adrift. While Sanjeev Kumar from Lucknow seems to be trying to create some sort of damage there with the 4 under par through the front nine.
GP Singh making that putt, moving off to the back nine. Let's see if he can show us some fireworks in the back nine.
Couple of youngsters on the leaderboard. Anshul Patel getting off to a good start, currently at 4 under par through the first 6 holes of the day. There we have our latest leaderboard with Viraj Madappa and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu leading the way at 16 under. Viraj getting off to a solid start early this morning with already 2 birdies on that card. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu dropping 1 to tie him up. Rahil and Shamim Khan starting off their day already with a bunch of birdies to be at 15 under, just 1 shot shy. Bashwarpal Singh at the bottom of the leaderboard on the tie for the 27th position, also getting off to a good start with a 3 under par for the day through the first 6 holes. Three-time European Tour champion SSP Chaurasia at 10 under par, 2 under through the first 6 holes of the day. Mohammad Zaman Hussain Mola from Bangladesh also at 1 under par through the early holes. A lot of players trying to make a move up towards the lead. A long way to go though. 16 under leads the way. Back onto the 10th tee box with Pawan Kumar from Delhi. Just finished the 9th hole with a birdie there. Scintillating 25-footer putt there for Pawan Kumar, draining it right in the middle of the hole. One would be looking to emulate that on hole number 10, 510-yard par 5. Pretty straightforward hole, getting it close to the hole and getting birdie over here is almost like a rule for a professional golfer on a par 5.
Colin Joshi would be looking to unleash upon this drive. He has the ability to get it well past 300 yards. One of the few players in the field that's able to carry the ball over 300 yards in the air. Leaving nothing behind, and apparently happy with that shot. Gaurav Pratap Singh, also one of the similar very aggressive player, probably not as long off the tee as Cullen, but definitely a medium to long hitter as well. The standards on golf have changed. Gaurav Pratap Singh is able to get the ball in the air anywhere about 285 to 90 yards. Also likes to favor a left to right draw fade. My apologies.
Gaurav Pratap Singh also keeps the ball a little low in the air, but really goes after it. It's got a very penetrating ball trajectory in the air. Keeps it very, very tight, almost like he's keeping it on a string.
A frozen rope is what they call it on the PGA Tour. Right?
Yeah, on the PGTI.
That's alright. These guys are better than the PGA Tour.
It's not on a string anymore, we're on a frozen rope now.
Exactly. As we head back to the action.
On the 9th hole. 9th hole, we have the group of Sunil Chaurasia, N. Thangaraja and Vijita Bandara now making their way onto the halfway mark. That for you was Sunil Chaurasia. My apologies, Vijita Bandara.
What is your opinion on this flag position? It's not too difficult, is it? I think
it's a right top flag position. I don't think the players are able to get to the right side too close to the flag. I think it's too close to the right edge of the green. So most of the players would be looking to keep their ball about 6 to 10 feet left of the hole. That would be the wise place for them to, attack the spin location from. But clearly, from that situation, seems like reading that line is a little bit difficult from that side. Not in many players have got that line right so far. Wind seems to be picking up. As we move on, flag sticks are moving just like yesterday. The wind conditions at the Tolly Club seem to be rising up. This will, of course, add to the challenge that the players already have on the course. Also, looking at leaders over here, we're looking to see what kind of movements are we going to see atop that leaderboard with 16 under leading. Rahil has also dropped one shot and moved down to 14 under par. We have Sanjeev Kumar from Lucknow, who is currently at 7 under par for the tournament and tie for 15th position. Taking a very, very long attempt for birdie on hole 12 and doing a pretty good job with it, leaving himself just a tiny tap in to save par here. That long range attempt.
Interesting shot coming up there. Vikram Rana. Let's see if he can hit a good putt. Not bad at all. He has good speed control. The flat stick has been something that's always been loyal to him. Vikram Rana started the tournament with a bang. Unfortunately, could not continue on that vein. Was 6 under for the first day. He would be hoping to end the tournament in red numbers at 1 under currently. Now back to Sanat. Good putt by Samat there.
I think Samat would have made a birdie there on hole number 12.
Vikram Rana now opting to keep the flag in again. That's something that we're not seeing from this distance. Doing a little bit of gardening there, which you're allowed now with the new rules. All of 3.5 feet downhill, left to right. Trying to get the perfect line is Vikram. Both caddy and player dressed in unison. Blue is the color of the day, and you can see the blue color on the board behind. Trying to make up his mind on this confusing putt, maybe breaking a little bit from the left to right. I would say just a millimeter outside, leave it there. Taking the flag in, then putting it back out. Everything is happening here in deep consternation here. And the caddy giving the line. Vikram again, a little more deliberate player as far as putting is concerned. Now the wind is also picking up. This putt is definitely interesting. As I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, no easy pickings in golf. You have to earn it all. The caddy saying a prayer in the corner for the ball to go in the hole. Oh, that's well done by Vikram. I think keeping the flag in is definitely doing wonders for him.
Vikram Rana would save par there on hole number 12, moving into the 13th hole. Needs to stop the damage being done on his score on the leaderboard. Currently left with only 1 under par from a start of 6 under par for the tournament. At the start, we're looking at N. Thangaraja from Sri Lanka putting for birdie.
And Thangaraja, a very powerfully built player, is able to belt the ball a mile. That's not the skill that you need on the green. You need the touch of a craftsman on the green.
Absolutely. Putting is like artistry, and so is the golf swing, actually. repetition of
You have to be
these movements are very. It's very difficult. It requires thousands and thousands of repetitions to perfect this. We look at Sunit Chaurasia now.
Golf is such a game of opposites. You need to have the brute strength of a blacksmith on the tee, and the deft touch on the greens.
Absolutely.
And in the fairways, I'm not too sure what you do.
Just repeat a nice fluid golf swing over and over again in a nice tempo.
The thing about golf is, if you look at it and look at another game, any other game, cricket, or you have celebrations in between. Like cricket, you take a wicket, hit a six, or in football, you score a goal.
Cricket, you take a wicket.
You can let yourself go, when that happens. But in golf, you can't quite do that. You might make a birdie eagle, but you have to still be sort of subdued because this can happen in the blink of an eye. And
unfortunate miss there for Sunit Chaurasia.
the only time you can celebrate in golf after 18 holes, because yes, now this is my score. So I mean, you might feel nice after a birdie, but the task is never done. So it's a different kind of emotion that you need to carry out. You need to be more even keeled and be able to sort of control your own emotions. Very difficult, to be honest.
Big shout out to all the tour partners of the PGTI, including the Tata Steel and Amrutanjan Fruitnik, American Express, Rolex, as well as Incredible India. All of these associations and organizations coming in to support professional golf in the country and helping us bring the best of golfers and the best of golf tournaments live to you is ABP Live channel on YouTube as well as on Facebook. And a quick roundup about Tata Steel. Tata Steel Group is among the top global steel companies with an annual crude steel capacity of 34 million tons per annum. It is one of the world's most geographically diversified steel producers with operations and commercial presence across the world. The group recorded a consolidated turnover of that's too many numbers in there. 1,56,295 crore in the financial year ending 2021. Tata Steel Group, with its subsidiaries, associates, and joint ventures, is spread across 5 continents with an employee base of over 65,000. Of course, all of us in India are very well versed with the number of organizations that Tata Group runs, one of the finest companies in the country. Also branded as a great place to work. It's a certified organization for such. Taking a look now at Rahil Gangji, local lad who's played most of his golf in Calcutta, born and brought up here. He's currently at 14 under par, 2 shots adrift from the lead. Does Rahil have this one? Not really. Rahil would have to tap that in for par. Rahil, after starting with 2 birdies in the first 2 holes, has dropped 1 shot to get back at 14 under. He would need to make a little charge towards the lead, or also you never know. Some steady golf always seems to help. It seems like players are sort of keeping their scores together as of now, except Viraj Madappa, who seems to be running away with currently 2 under par through the first 5 holes of the day. Shamim Khan, currently at 15 under par, attempting for birdie here. Looking for his first win in the last couple of years. Shamim Khan, multiple Order of Merit champion. Does he have that? Shamim Khan would make birdie and move into the lead to tie Viraj Madappa and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu at 16 under par.
That was a lot of emotion. I almost fell into a little bit of slumber, and I was woken up by your call.
You were woken up by Shamim's
by your
putt.
victory call and Shamim's putt. I'm all alert, and I'm thinking to replicate what you just did after Rashid makes this putt. Come on, Rashid, you have to do this. You have to make this putt.
Rashid Khan currently at a score of 11 under, an even par for the day.
And there we have it. It's another birdie for Rashid Khan. I can't quite reach the same decibel that you did, Rahul, but I'm gonna try my best. Or we can do our own version of the football goal, 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 goal that they have. Birdie, birdie, birdie. That's
Back onto the
one of
ninth
this,
hole, and we can't see the golf ball anymore.
That's one of the accusations against golf, that it's a little sedate at times, and but that's the nature of the game. So they make this birdie, they'll be excited, elated, but they need to come back to the next hole and then sort of get even keeled again. So you need to almost have a robotic sort of disposition about yourself. There we have Aman Raj, reminding of the great Japanese player Shingo Katayama. Similar hat, similar pre-shot routine. Is it going to be a similar stellar result? Staring it down. That's a good sign that the player is happy with the shot. Only time will tell if his happiness was justified.
Quick roundup of what the PGTI has been doing since the start of this year. The qualifying school was held at Kalahar Blues and Greens Golf Club in Ahmedabad, which gave a chance to many new golfers, new professional golfers, to come and become a part of the Professional Golf Tour of India. Thereafter, we have already
This is Tata Steel.
completed 3 tournaments.
And this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel. That is high on strength and corrosion resistance and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Comfloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Back to the live action on the golf course. We're taking a look at Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, Ajitesh Sandhu, our leader group, coming on to the green over here. Quick roundup as we were doing about what the PGTI has been up to since the start of this year. The PGTI has already conducted 3 tournaments in this season's leg after the qualifying school was held in the beginning of the year in January and early February. Moving into the first 3 tournaments of the year were Gujarat Open Golf Championship by Gujarat Tourism with a prize purse of rupees 40 lakhs, won by Karandeep Kochar. We also had the Glade 1 Masters in Ahmedabad itself at Glade 1 Golf Resort and Club. Similar prize purse of 40 lakh INR followed by Mujib Borsho Chattogram Open with a prize purse of 50 lakh rupees, won by Kshitij Naved, Grade 1 Masters, won by Manu Gandas from Gurgaon. And we are now here at the Tollygunge Club, which is the fourth event of the first half of the PGTI golfing season. The Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2022, presented by Tollygunge Club with a prize purse of 50 lakh rupees. Our defending champion for this week is Karandeep Kochar, the man who won just 2 weeks ago in Ahmedabad. Followed by this, the players will be heading off to Delhi in a week's time to play the DGC Open, an Asian Tour and a PGTI joint sanction event. Ajitesh Sandhu trying to make a little dent on that leaderboard and move up. That putt will not to be.
Good try there by Ajitesh. Unfortunately, not making that. Coming back to the point of the leader, it's very tough to follow up these kind of performances back to back. He shot a 9 under par yesterday, and still to sort of get off the mark. Ajitesh Sandhu also faltering today. What makes it so much more difficult to follow up a stellar performance with another one? I've always seen leaders or good players shoot 8, 9 under the next day. It's very difficult to replicate that because, truth be told, an 8, 9 under par is almost like a career round. So it's understandable to not be able to replicate that. But sometimes they're just stuck in sort of first gear and they end up shooting about level par. Any reason for that? What makes it difficult?
So I think the players really, it's like a self-inflicted pressure situation on yourself, wherein after shooting a good number, you sort of are trying to prove a point by trying to shoot a similar sort of a number the next day, and you sort of tend to like push the pedal harder and harder, trying to do that and try to emulate the same round. Well, at the same time, golf is such a game that a lot of different things have to come together to make a good round. That would start from, of course, your routines and your lifestyle, and then your game, your putting, chipping, hitting. All of these things have to come together on the same day. And to top it all, you have to be mentally in the right framework for that day. Once you do that, is when you are really, probably getting in the zone to be able to shoot a deep under par number. And once sometimes when players end up shooting a really deep number on the golf course, maybe a 6 under, 7 under, or 8 under, even 5 under for that matter, to think to come the next day and to maybe equalize that or prove to yourself or to someone else that you can do it again, instead of just going about your business and repeat the processes again and again. We sort of sometimes get caught up in the result of that round and try to emulate it the same way that we did the day prior. And I think that can just add some undue pressure onto a player, while Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, they're brushing against the hole, would stay at 16 under par after this hole.
So I think in totality, what he's saying, it's easier to follow a 9 over par with another 9 over par, depending on your handicap actually.
Well,
because 9 over par is also a good round if you're a double-digit handicapper.
Well, if you put yourself under too much of duress and pressure to even shoot a 9 over par, and if you're a club golfer, you probably not be shooting it.
So I think to sum it all up, just enjoy the game, forget about the scores, look at the trees, look at the beautiful environment. Seriously, just look at the greens right now. It's such a wonderful place to be at. But obviously, it's very tough when you're in the heat of battle to think about the scenery around you. But that's what it's all about. People are able to appreciate the little things in life. You might not always win, but you at least enjoy what you're doing. We tend to get a little philosophical here from time to time, so do bear with us.
So, all of these players are currently away from their families on this auspicious day of Holi, and so are you, Shaurya, and I know that you have a little son at home. So, how does it work for you, and how do you feel about being away from the family on a special day like this? I'm sure that being with the family is something of importance. So is it for all of these players. How do you sort of deal with this kind of a situation, and how do you feel about it?
Well, I try to justify it by understanding the importance of what I'm doing, bringing live golf to our viewers, and at this time, obviously, takes precedence over everything else. And I really love what I do. And on a serious note, of course, you miss it, but we're thankful that we can still meet them in the evening. And so I mean, there are the small sacrifices that you make, and but we're still able to celebrate. And I'll meet them in the evening. But coming back to the point of the players, obviously it's so much tougher when you're away from family on these kind of occasions, and that's what you sign up for. A sport, especially an individual sport like golf, it's a lonely path. I mean, what you only see right now maybe are the birdies and the pars, but believe you me, there's a lot of doubt, trepidation, fear, and just all these emotions that go through a professional golfer's life. It's sort of an uncharted water that you land up in each week. And for the players who are just trying to grind out a living and then balancing out family life, it's not for the faint of heart. I can tell you that much.
In fact, I remember while playing professional golf back in the day, I have missed countless number of events, be it birthdays or different occasions with the family, or Diwalis and Holis and whatnot. So this is something, yes, the players do sign up for. The players with families back at home definitely would be having a difficulty, especially ones who have kids at home.
Yes, absolutely. Look at the flight on that shot that went up
What superb
really
spin
high.
rate there. With the downwind, he managed to spin that one back.
It's just pure brute power, and how high that ball was. Phenomenal golf shot. Really making light of this hole. This is supposed to be a difficult hole, and he's just pitched it next to the hole and spun it back. So that's what I say. Eat your protein, lift your weights, and make sure that you get the ball long, hit the ball long, and that's going to make the game considerably easier. I know I keep
Eat your protein, lift your weights, and be like honey. Honey besoya.
absolutely. Honey Besoya has the ability to separate himself from the field. His victories have, the victory margins have been immense when he's won. I remember one time in Noida, I think he won by double digits, almost 10 shots or something. So obviously shows you that he has that ability to sort of step on the gas and put that car into fifth gear and just leave everybody in the wayside.
When I look at this current leaderboard with these three players tied up top, Yuvraj, Shamim, and Viraj, I can't, stop myself from thinking that maybe even an SSP Chaurasia and Rashid Khan have a chance if they can start changing the gears just like Yuvraj had done yesterday. This tournament is sort of opening up now. What it seemed like at the beginning of the day was Yuvraj leading by three shots, and now we've got three players tied up at 16 under, and it's gotten SSP Rashid as well as Rahil. They all three are in the game. Any one of them who can get off to a bunch of birdies somewhere in the middle of their round could have a superb shot at this title.
Absolutely, it's still wide open. Primarily because Yuvraj Singh has not been able to pick up from where he left off. He's having a slow day so far, and that's allowed the others to sort of creep up on him. And now he finds himself surrounded by contenders for that championship. So it's a heavyweight battle between the stalwarts of Indian golf, Shamim Khan, the numero uno, who's been the number one on the PGTI order of merit multiple times. He is definitely not going to go away into the night. And then you have Viraj Madappa, the champion who won at Delhi Golf Club. Then you have Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. So many good players here. As we saw, Honey missed his birdie putt. So yeah, you have to still hold the ball in the hole, and that's how you get your birdies. Unfortunately, he couldn't do that, but I'm sure that he'll live to fight on another hole, as they say. SSP Chaurasia three times. So there's a lot of pedigree on that leaderboard. Rashid Khan, Asian Tour champion. Ajitesh Sandhu, Thanga Raja, Aman Raj. It's just peppered with great names. Is that leaderboard right now?
SSP Chaurasia, who's fondly called as Chowda, also playing in Calcutta, where he is born and brought up, is currently at 6 under par through the front nine, and he is the man who is really, pulling out the best card of the day. While Veer Lawat also 4 under par through the first 12 holes of the day, and looking forward to seeing what Chowda could really be pulling off through the rest of his round here. If he can continue that momentum, you wouldn't be surprised to see him take this way home. Chikka making a good attempt at birdie there from a long range and just about coming shy of it. Moving on, we'll be looking at Mohammad Zamal Hussain Mola, who's coming all the way from Bangladesh to be playing over here. Luckily for him, he is not missing a festival, as Holi is mostly celebrated in India. Mohammad Zamal Hussain Mola is currently at 10 under par for the tournament and a tie for 8th position, along with multiple other players like Veer Alawat and N. Thangaraja, Aman Raj, and Hani Besoya. All these players sticking around at 10 under par for the event. If SSP Chaurasia can continue with that momentum that he has today, this could be a really, really interesting victory for him. Zamal putting from the left of the hole. Does he have the right putt? Does he have the right putt? Does he have the right putt? Oh, he leaves it short of the hole. He had everything but the pace. Back to looking at that splendid leaderboard. Ajitesh Sandhu not being able to get off to a good start today, has dropped 3 shots already, while Shamim Khan has picked up 2 and become tied for the lead alongside Yuvraj Singh Sandhu and Viraj Madappa, who has also started his day with 2 birdies. SSP Chaurasia, of course, making his way up that leaderboard, tied alongside Rahil Gangji at 14 under par. I don't know about you, Shaurya. I'm definitely feeling
and
the nerves.
this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel. That is high on strength and corrosion resistance and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects 2 parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Comfloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable Artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Back to some live action here at the Tollygunge Club. We are looking at Shamim Khan and Rahil Ganji walking down that fairway on the 9th hole.
Shamim Khan looks like he's having a stroll in the park. Nice, unassuming. We're seeing the players on the other side of the fairway, so seems like the players from the first are actually hitting on this fairway. That's what's been happening.
Yes, that is what has been happening, and that's why players have been lining up left from that first tee box and hitting drivers to hit it towards the wider side and get a better approach angle towards
I
that
don't
green.
quite remember anybody doing that back in the day.
I think when we guys played these golf tournaments, I think they used to put OB stakes on that side. I remember hitting 3-wood off that first tee
Yeah,
box.
that's what I'm saying. I don't quite remember anybody doing that. It seems to be the more adventurous route for sure.
Having said that, talking about adventure, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu and Viraj Madappa have both got one more birdie on the golf course and now reached 17 under par. A tie for the lead there, followed by Shamim Khan at 16 under par. I think things are really going to keep going interesting from here as these two players seem to be staying on the game. And Shamim Khan, of course, with the hunger in his belly, it'll be interesting to see what he pulls off
It's almost
over
a
the
case.
next few holes.
It's almost a case of usual suspects here. You're always seeing Yuvraj Sandhu, Viraj Madappa, Rashid Khan, Veer Alawat. They are very consistent whenever they play. They've always been in the top 10, and I think from all the tournaments that we've covered in the last 2 years, they've always been there, knocking on the door. So it shows you that the consistent quality that they are able to produce week in, week out is right up there. Shamim Khan will show you how well he does from the bunkers. What a relaxed shot he's hit. Beautiful.
Shamim Khan would have that 8-footer coming back for par. Shamim needs to make these putts today, as otherwise the other players are going to keep running away with their red numbers. Red numbers. We have Rashid Khan here on our screen now, putting for birdie at 13 under par for the tournament. He's 4 shots short off the lead as of now. We're at the 9th hole. He's halfway for this final day. Rahil now putting for birdie on 9th hole. 9th hole is a 33-yard par 4. Pin perched upon the top right of the green today. Rahil just coming up short of the hole for birdie over here. He knows the importance of making all these putts today.
Which player is going to rule the miss? Unfortunately, that's the way The cookie crumbles. If you miss one of these putts, it could come back to haunt you later in the day, especially when the margins are so thin. And we are going to move into the back nine. As they used to say, the back nine on Sunday is where business happens. So, the back nine on the PGTI Players Championship is
Rashid.
definitely going to be similar.
Rashid putting for birdie here. Does he have it? No, he doesn't. Each one of the players coming from that other side, left side of the hole, seem to be misreading that last bit of the break. I wish I could just give them a phone call.
If you would be breaking the rules of golf, my friend.
That's why I said I wish.
Rashid also not having the best of days on the green. Otherwise, he is able to hold quite a few putts. But seems he's not able to get the read correctly each time.
Shamim needs to save this putt, otherwise he drops down to 15 under par for the tournament. That'll be 2 shots away from the lead. If Shamim wants to carry on his campaign for this tournament, he better get the right read and the right putt
Yes,
to
I
get
think
this ball rolling in the hole. This could be the turning point for Shamim's game today.
Yeah, you're right, because I think 2 shots in the back nine and playing against the younger lot who are power hitters, it's going to be very tough for him to cover up the gap. He needs to be within striking distance, and this part is essential for it to go in. Oh, no.
That didn't even touch the hole. Very unlike and uncharacteristic of Shamim.
I think that's the difference. I mean, he is a great player, but if you're missing the greens consistently and having to make up and down, it sort of does take a toll on you, especially on the final day. So
Actually, the role of for countless number of years we've been made to believe that putting is the key to scoring. Actually, the differential factor between winners and the other players on most international tours, where we get the statistics from, is the approach shots. And the person who actually hits more greens in regulations usually has a way better chance of contending and winning a golf tournament. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, nice and steady swing there on hole number 9. Didn't lash at that point, just nice and smooth swing, put that ball into the fairway.
A lot of lag on that swing, and that's something that our viewers can emulate. Is to ensure that there's a lot of hinge on the wrist on the way down, and you're able to delay that release till as long as possible. It's almost like cracking a whip, and that's what he does. It's a last Sergio Garcia. Almost, you imagine that the butt of the club is pointing at the ball on the way down, and that's very tough to maintain, but it requires a lot of strength in the wrists and also very nimble limbs and a lot of speed, and that's what these players have in abundance. Now you look at Viraj, a little different, does not require that whip, just has brute power by the bigger muscles in his body. Very mechanical, almost like a Terminator on the greens. Look at that posture, perfect. He's utilizing a lot of the back. If you see, there's a lot of rotation in the bigger muscles. Seems to have flared it out right. May have over rotated on that, or maybe heard my commentary. We'll have the third member of this group teeing off.
Yuvraj Singh Sandhu has moved to 18 under par now, and Viraj Madappa is 1 short of him. So Yuvraj Singh Sandhu getting back to what he was doing yesterday and picking up the shots on the golf course. Ajitesh Sandhu now.
Ajitesh Sandhu, right in the middle of these two players, he's got the perfect mix of lag and using the bigger muscles. I think this is as close as you get to the perfect swing, to be honest.
Absolutely, it's a simple looking golf swing, very repetitive. Not much happening over there, while it is extremely productive. Very consistent with what he does with his swing.
What will be interesting on this hole, we've seen these players all use a driver, hit it in the fairway, so we'll be able to see what is the difference in terms of distance between these players. I'll give our viewers a good perspective about that. So when we get to the approach shot, we'll be having an approximate idea. Now we have some gallery patrons also walking. That's a sight for sore eyes almost. I shed a tear seeing seeing viewers back on golf tournaments. This is the way it should be, and long may it continue and flourish.
As we move back onto the 10th tee box, Rashid, Shamim wait for the fairway to clear out so that they can tee off. Like the heat is really uh, catching on to the players. So the temperatures in Calcutta seem to be providing another new challenge altogether. And of course, winds are there, but it seems like the sun is really, really sharp. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu leading the way at 18 under par. Look at the way the wind is blowing that flagstick, playing downwind on the second shot, ninth hole. Downwind should help a few players to get further up onto that last tier of the green where this flag is perched today. Although keeping the ball in the fairway on this ninth hole is an extremely essential thing for any of the players to be able to attack the flag. Rashid Khan now ready to tee off on hole number 10, the 510-yard par 5. Rashid has been doing a lot of changes to his golf swing for the past 2 to 3 years now. He's been working on changing his ball flight from a draw to a fade. Mentioned to me a couple of weeks ago, a couple of months ago, in fact, that he felt like he was getting closer to be able to produce the kind of shots he wanted to in tournaments. He said in practice he was able to hit the kind of ball shape he wanted to hit, but it wasn't really happening in tournament golf, and said that he's getting closer and closer to be able to emulate that into the tournaments. And we can see that in tournaments that we see Rashid, we see that he is knocking on the door each and every week that he's been playing, and that of course is a sign of things working for him. Currently at 13 under par for the tournament at the halfway mark of the final round. Rahil Gangji on the tee at 14 under par, playing the 10th hole. Another birdie opportunity for these players. Maybe eagle for some.
Rahul Ganji now teeing up a little bit to the right, will be looking to hit a left-right fade. A good consistent finish he always has. Maintains his balance, looking on pensively.
Shamim Khan might not be able to get too on to this green, but he can definitely get within striking distance to be able to make birdie. Let's put that ball into the fairway. Shamim definitely needs to make some amends there with that putt on that last hole that he had, dropping one shot down to 15 under par, and now 3 shots away from the lead. Ajitesh Sandhu with a smooth swing from the fairway. Nice shot by Ajitesh. That should leave him with about a 15-footer, slightly uphill putt for birdie on the ninth.
Able to impart a lot of spin. Just would have expected that ball to maybe roll on a little more. Now we have a look at Yuvraj. We are still trying to. Oh, so he's well ahead of Ajitesh. It's quite a little bit of distance between those two drives, maybe about 30 yards.
Yuvraj Singh Sandhu is a longer hitter. Ajitesh, not a shorter hitter by any means, but yes, he's more towards the tempo side and smooth swinging side of the game. So you could call him more of an average length ball striker, but consistency wise, I think that he was way better in terms of consistency numbers.
No, absolutely, but it's just astonishing to see how far Yuvraj is hitting it. To be honest, he's in a league of his own right now.
Well, he's a league of his own at 18 under par, and 9 under yesterday was definitely his own league only.
Yeah, has nothing more than a wedge here. Looks like a sandwich.
Been playing splendid golf for
Maybe
quite some
even a
time
lob
now.
wedge, to be honest. I think that's the furthest that we've seen anyone on this hole.
Let's see if he gets the right yardage over here. Does he have it? Does he have it? He's looking at that club. He's not very happy with the way that ball is reacted, but I think he should be on the dance floor. It appears to be Viraj Madappa that we are seeing here on the screen. A little difficult to judge, so appears to be him. Like he mishit that drive, but let's see. Not bad. Viraj Madappa just over the green, about 20 feet away from the flag. Still a good chance for birdie. Nice shot by Viraj Madappa after not having the best of drives on the ninth. A downwind seems to have affected the ball a tad bit extra. Also coming from the other fairway, judging the absolutely correct distance could be a slight trouble sometimes because of the angle towards the hole changes. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu didn't get enough club on the ball there. That's what his reaction was like. So he's left himself a little bit of work to do, about 50 feet away from the hole, while Ajitesh should have about 15 feet for birdie and Viraj about 20 feet over the flag. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu joined the pro ranks just a few years ago. If I'm not wrong, about 5 or 6 years ago is when Yuvraj Singh Sandhu joined the pro ranks. He's been taking his game from strength to strength. I can tell you one thing, that during the pandemic time, he has worked extremely hard in his game and completely turned the game around for himself. And it shows in the kind of scoring that we are seeing now is just absolutely phenomenal. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu from Chandigarh.
I think a lot of players put in time, especially on their fitness in the whole duration of the pandemic, and it's a very weird grip that he has. I just noticed it now.
The
It's
weird
the
grip that seems to work.
index finger, or the ring finger down the shaft of the club. Not bad. That's a decent putt from there.
I mean, I'd be okay with a weird grip and hitting a 60-footer to about 2.5 feet.
Yes, absolutely. I'd be happy just to play golf. It's a great hobby. Definitely, it's very enjoyable. And this is the weather, so definitely try and get out there. And another piece of information for all our viewers, that you can head over to our website www.pgtofindia.com, and there you can get information about where the tour heads. There are many tournaments on the schedule. For example, the week after next, the tour is going to be in Delhi at the Delhi Golf Club for the joint co-sanctioned event with the Asian Development Tour. And most of them, majority of these events are free to watch, and almost all, owing to the COVID protocols, there might be a little bit of a difference, but I think those are also easing now. So should definitely see where the tour heads and see when it comes to your city, so you can see these fantastic players in action. Also, there are many public facilities where you can go and enjoy golf and visit the range for as less as 200-300 rupees. So there are initiatives that the tour and the other development bodies of golf are undertaking in order to make the game more accessible. And for all of you who have your wards and children or juniors who do play the game of golf, you must encourage them. And you can actually approach these golf courses and these committees. They actually have junior slots for players who want to learn, and almost free or very highly subsidized. So there are initiatives to make the game more accessible, and that's something that you must definitely utilize now. Getting back to the action is Ajitesh Sandhu, who we saw previously with a stellar shot from the center of the fairway, and that's where you normally find him. If you want to find Ajitesh Sandhu in a golf tournament, you just make sure to walk in the short grass, and that's where you'll find him. Always in the fairways, never wavered. Let's see if he can capitalize on that good shot. A brilliant putt there by Ajitesh Sandhu, moving him to 12 under par, undoing some of the damage that he's undergone today on that round.
That would help Ajitesh gain a little bit of momentum for the back nine. Always good to finish off that front nine now on this positive note and take that forward. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu putting for par to stay at 18 under. That's about a 3-footer. It's a pretty straightforward putt. Yuvraj misreading that putt slightly, would drop a shot and go down to 17 under par to tie Viraj Madappa at 17. Unfortunate turn of events there for Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, not capitalizing on that good first putt. Viraj now putting for par.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also an infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Back to the live action from the Tollygunge Club. Viraj Madappa and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu tied for the lead at 17 under par. Now making their headway into the back nine, which is going to be the last bit, which is going to decide the champion of this week.
I think Viraj is definitely going to unleash the Kraken, so as to speak, on this one. This requires a lusty blow, the par 5, and this is where long hitters come into their own. Look for this to be a hard hit shot. Look at that. really unleashing on that, but still able to hold that finish. That's the amount of power this young man possesses, and not one to be left behind is Yuvraj. Look for a lot of compression on this, a lot of lag. This is going to be make for interesting viewing. Teeing up in the center of the fairway, so maybe going for a little bit of a draw to get a little more yards than that.
Yuvraj does favor a draw ball flight, so this would definitely be more of his stock shot.
Stable conditions right now. It seems calm. So he could easily get this to about 330 yards in the fairway. But perfect sequencing. That's gonna be a brilliant drive.
He likes that. Yuvraj,
Belted it down there.
both these players have a great chance of making birdie over here, or maybe perhaps even an eagle. But one of them really needs to separate himself from the other. SSP Chaurasia is also keeping his momentum up and is currently at 14 under par, and also 6 under par for just today through the first 9 holes.
Clubhouse looking majestic there in the background.
Tollygunge Club dates all the way back to 1895 when it was made as an equestrian sports facility to promote all manners of sports, spread across about 100 acres with a clubhouse that is over 200 years old. One of the finest country clubs in Calcutta, which is known to have a very rich heritage of the colonial culture. I think you might be right, Shaurya, about the 20 under par number. Well, I thought that things will move beyond 20 under, but definitely 20 is probably the approachable number for the two youngsters atop this leaderboard.
Yes, 20 under par. Seems like it'll be some effort for these players to get to 20 under par, though they do have 2 par 5s on the back 9, which do present scoring opportunities. So I'm pretty certain that one of these players could get to about 19 or 20. But the chasing pack, Shamim, SSP, they really do have their work cut out. The only way I think they can challenge is if Yuvraj and Viraj sort of run out of steam.
Pretty much in each of the tournaments that we watch, we see that in the final round, players almost sort of just stop the birdies. There's a lot of movement on that leaderboard, especially on the 3rd day. And on the 4th day, things just seem to almost be static for a period of time until one races ahead or one falters.
Yeah, we've seen that actually. Like we've seen previously that there have been players who've capitulated on the final day. Sorry to harp on Ranjit Singh again, but like there were quite a few other players as well we saw in Ahmedabad who were just unable to sort of keep their wits about themselves and saw the rounds falter. And I think, as we spoke previously, fatigue, pin positions, focus, everything wavers because this does take a toll on the body, the mind, and even the ability. It's not so easy to repeat good shots one after the other. You can have some small fatigue injuries also come up over a period of 4 or 5 days. Every injury doesn't mean that it's going to be a deep injury, but just general fatigue sets in.
Obviously, they want to do what we do. In fact, we got it at this clinic too. And how do you hit a backspin? It's not something that a shorter, younger, weaker kid can do, because you need to increase your swing speed a little bit so the ball spins a little bit more, and hence getting the backspin. So these things that they have to learn and have to be patient with.
We could help them out with their technique, as well as answer questions on the mental side of how they felt while hitting certain shots, and what they really required, more than just fixing their technique, which I think the coaches are there for that. But I think we would be able to probably give a little more advice on how to handle the pressure when they go onto the golf course playing an event.
When I was interacting with them, I learned many things. They gave me the information I needed. It was very fun and quite informative.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot over bridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Confloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Obviously, they want to do what we do. In fact, we got it at this clinic too. How do you hit a backspin? You know, it's not something that a shorter, younger, weaker kid can do, because you need to increase your swing speed a little bit so the ball spins a little bit more, and hence getting the backspin. So these things that they have to learn and have to be patient with.
We could help them out with their technique, as well as, you know, answer questions on the mental side of how they felt while hitting certain shots, and, you know, what they really required, more than, you know, just fixing their technique, which, you know, I think the coaches are there for that. But I think we would be able to probably give a little more advice on how to handle the pressure when they go onto the golf course playing an event.
When I was interacting with them, I learned many things. They gave me the information I needed. It was very fun and quite informative.
And back to the live action at the Tollygunge Club with the group of Manu Gandas and SSP Chaurasia on our screens now. SSP Chaurasia currently at 14 under par, just 3 shots shy. Aman Raj from the back of the green of the 12th hole. A superb effort, about 4 feet for par. SSP Chaurasia trying to make some inroads towards those leaders. Let's see if he can drain another birdie over here on the 12th. SSP looking to get a win in his hometown. The top players playing alongside SSP Chaurasia, who is a three-time European Tour champion, are international players like Rahil Ganji, who has spent time on the nationwide tour as well, and now spends most of his time playing the Japan Golf Tour. Also, Rashid Khan and Viraj Marappa mostly now spend their time playing international golf tours. Also, Jeev Milkha Singh is also in the field this week. Legendary Indian golfer, one of the greatest ambassadors of the sport. Can SSP move himself now to 15 under par for this tournament? Move himself closer off to the leaders. SSP not giving that ball enough legs to get to the hole. That was definitely a chance which he has left out on the golf course. Rashid Khan seems to be moving steadily up towards the lead. He is now 2 shots short of the 17 under lead, which is being held by Yuvraj and Viraj. Rashid is now at 4 under par through the first 10 holes. He's got 8 more holes to play, and he's currently 2 shots short of the lead. Aman Raj putting for par to stay at 10 under par and a position of tied 8th on the leaderboard. Very unlike Aman Raj to be missing a 4-footer for par here. I guess the game of golf can just throw a bunch of surprises at someone. Wind seems to be really picking its pace up. This means the back nine will be very, very interesting for all of these leader groups, which have just about landed up in there. So take a look at the old clubhouse of the Tollygunge Club, dated back almost 200 years is the age of this clubhouse, still standing strong. One of the finest country clubs in Calcutta. Across the road from this golf club is the oldest golf course in the country and the second oldest golf course in the world, the Royal Calcutta Golf Club. So a lot of history in this town, and also a bunch of international names and legendary golfers that have come from here, of course, starting from the likes of Bunny Lakshman Singh and going on to Arjun Atwal, the only PGA Tour winner that we have in India. Also Rahil Ganji, SSP Chaurasia, Shankar Das. All of these great names come from this part of the country. Look at the leaderboard closely. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu and Viraj Marappa still leading at 17 under. Rashid and Shamim tied at 15 under par. Rahil Ganji trying to make some move there with currently being at 14 under. SSP Chaurasia, in fact, has dropped a shot by the 12th hole and now fallen at 13 under. So that would require him to do a lot of work. He needs to cover up 4 shots or even more if he wants to win this tournament. He's got only 6 holes to go. That's one great shot coming out of that 12th hole flag location, one of the finest ones we've seen so far. Top left flag location on that hole, with the wind hurting a little bit from the left to the right. It's a difficult flag location to get to for the day. Most of the players coming either way too short or short-siding themselves either at the side of the hole or the back of the screen. Seen multiple players end up miscuing for this flag location. Deep bunker that safeguards the screen over here on the front part, and of course the water hazard, which is just a few yards short of the green. Hani Besoya now walking up to that 12th hole. Hani Besoya not being able to put in as much fire in his game as he did yesterday with that 62. Currently playing to even par through 10 holes. Sticking around at the same score as yesterday's total, which was at 10 under par. Mohammad Jamal Hussain Mola playing alongside him at 1 under and a total of 10 under on his card as well. And their third playing partner, Chikkarangappa, who has taken on this flag location, has done a splendid job with it. Is currently at 9 under for the tournament. Two perfect shots is what a player needs to get close enough to this whole location for a birdie. Must have a good location on the fairway, good strategic location for the tee shot, followed by a little aggressive second shot. And of course, you need the correct yardage to be able to take on a flag like this. Anything that would miss just 2 yards left of this flag will roll off from the side of the green and go down about 10-15 yards, making it a very difficult up and down for anyone to take care of.
It's a very interesting flag here on hole number 12. A tempting flag for sure. Could go either way for the players who are going for the flag. And so look at some of the scores for today. Some good rounds on the lower end of the leaderboard as well. Shabek Sinkuna with a 2 under par round today. Level par for the tournament. We also have Yashas Chandra, 1 under for the day, 2 under for the tournament. Anga Chima, 1 under for the day. And then we have Sanjeev Kumar, who's shot a 2 under par and 5 under for the day. So there are a few good rounds that are happening, but not deep under par rounds. Obviously, that's an effect of the final day flag position, because we have a look at Zamal, who has to navigate a pretty tricky putt here at 12 and has left it short. Is gonna have his work cut out if he's to make par there. Kalin Joshi, 3 under par for the day, 9 under for the tournament. So not quite in the reckoning for the victory, but definitely a good top 5 or a top 10 position. And then we have SSP Chaurasia, 5 under for the day, 13 under for the tournament, and has 6 holes to go. So I think there he could get up to about 16 under par, and that might be a number that could do it, depending on how Yuvraj and Viraj are able to traverse the rest of the round. Rashid, 4 under for the day now, and 15 under for the tournament. So there are a few players. I think there's a group of about 5 players who can still contend for the championship, including Rahil Ganji. As we take you back to hole number 12, where we have Zamal Hussain Mola, who's a 10 under for the tournament. Not a very convincing effort from there. You'll have all of about 10 feet turning right to left on a slick green. It's going to require perfection if it's to go in the hole from here. What do you see that, while Zamal is putting Hani is also having a look at his line and trying to read the green. That's to save time and also understand which way the green is going to, how green will react to the putt. And you can learn a lot from your co-player's putt as well, even if it's not on the same line, a similar length of putt will help you understand the speed and how the ball is reacting to a certain section of the green. Because mind you, even small little minute changes like the direction of the grass can affect a putt, and there's no telling which way it grows. It changes on each quadrant on a green depending on how it's being cut. So It's very important to be well versed with that and also be observant of the same. Now let's see if this putt does indeed break from the right. Oh, just leaving it there. So not the easiest of putts for par, but he'll be disappointed to drop his shot there, giving one back to the golf course.
As the live news now flows in from the golf course, Viraj Madappa has made a birdie on hole number 10 and taken the solo lead at 18 under par. He's now one shot ahead of Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. Currently, we don't see as many deep under par numbers as yesterday, although we have Viraj Madappa playing to 4 under par, Rashid Khan also at 4 under par for the day, and also SSP Chaurasia at 4 under par. Hani Besoya saving par. Let's see if Chikkarangappa can get this putt for birdie and jump up and tie for 9th position at 10 under.
Chikkarangappa, incidentally, does a lot of fitness, very specific about it, and his Instagram is littered with different kind of exercises that he does. It's a very impressive fitness regime that he follows, and I think that's something that players can actually take heart from and others can actually learn from. He takes his fitness very seriously, has helped him take his game to other international destinations and be able to compete. I think a few years ago he had that fantastic finish on the European Tour in South Africa, where I think he finished second.
Chikka would now move up to 11 under par. He's already at 10 under par through 11 holes, and this birdie on the 12th will help him get further up now to 11 under to tie for 8th position alongside Hani Besoya. Ajitesh Sandhu also has got back one more shot and now come back to 13 under par for the tournament, making amends of the losses that happened at the start of the day. Back to get in the live action on the golf course, looking at Vijita Bhandara playing alongside Sunit Chaurasia on the green now. Vijita Bhandara has flown in all the way from Sri Lanka to compete here in Calcutta. All players played the last week at the Mujib Chattogram Open in Bangladesh. At the Bhatiari Golf and Country Club. Bhatiari Golf and Country Club tends to be a very, very windy golf course and a lot of undulations on the course there. This tournament last week was won by Kshitij Naved Kaul at 19 under par. Kshitij Naved Kaul is not playing this week. Appears like he's preparing for the DGC Open which comes in next week, a joint sanction tournament between the Asian Tour and the PGT of India. All the players will be making their way from here to Delhi to prepare themselves for the $500,000 prize purse. Vijay Bandara getting ready for a birdie putt. He's about 30 to 40 feet away from the hole. Let's see what kind of an effort is he able to make. Currently, he's dropped a bunch of shots today and is down to 3 under par for the tournament. That would be a huge loss of positions for Vijay Bandara. Dropped 17 positions today. Does he have it? Does he have it? No, he doesn't.
We've seen an impressive lineup of players from our neighboring countries, especially Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. Very good golfers coming from there. And the PGTI gives them a great opportunity to be able to ply their trade here. And not just from these countries. In fact, unfortunately, due to COVID, the participation from other countries has waned a little bit. But previously, we've seen players from Australia, Malaysia, United States, Canada, all over the world have been coming to BGTI. And with the advent of these world ranking points, I'm sure when things normalize a little more, you'll see a lot more participation. Prize money is going up. Corporate sponsors and backers are, joining, really coming to the PGTI in support of golf, and they understand that their association with the game of golf is a symbiotic relationship, and we're seeing the game really exploding in India. And what Anirban and Aditi, the two A's, have been able to achieve in the last 1 year has been stupendous. What's your take on the growth of this game, and where can we expect? I know we can't rival the success of cricket. In fact, we should learn from it. What a beautiful putt there by Suneet. It's a great game what cricket has been able to do for the Indian diaspora, and how everybody sort of gets involved in the game. That's the kind of we need to get the game of golf to the masses, and ABP and PGTI's partnership is a big step in that.
Absolutely. I mean, having live telecast of these golf tournaments is an absolute blessing. It actually gives the opportunity for so many kids and so many club golfers, and in fact, even new people who would be interested to understand what is the scene of golf in the country. And Thangaraja, unlucky miss there for him. That ball really could have fallen into the hole considering the speed of that putt. And the opportunity that the live coverage has thrown out, the inspiration that people like Anirban and Aditi have given to these junior golfers is just phenomenal. And the growth of golf has been happening, and PGTI is definitely at the helm of this growth. Taking the tour from strength to strength. Taking the tour players from city to city, inviting players from other countries to come here and participate in golf tournaments. Vikram Rana on tee number 18, the par 3.
This way we saw him yesterday as well with that strong grip. With a little bit of a shimmy.
Almost seems like he does mostly all the work with his hands coming into the ball. A less amount of turn of the body there.
Yes, but it's a very controlled sort of swing. Has modeled it over years and years of his professional golf. If that's his ball,
it works.
I'd say
right to left downwind today. Yesterday was a straight downwind. Today is a right to left downwind on this hole.
I think that makes this hole a lot easier. Just leave it out to the right.
I think so too.
That's the easiest wind on this hole, to be honest.
Absolutely. I think this would give a lot of players opportunities to make birdies over here. I mean, looking at the growth and development of the sport over the years, and in fact, the way it is going today, the growth of junior golf in the country. Live coverage of golf tournaments. I remember when we used to play, there was no live coverage of tournaments. And today, it's a great opportunity for all of these players to be there on, a live YouTube channel and a Facebook channel. All of their friends, families, fans can watch them play and, ply their trade across the country. And, all of these international players also who come out and travel for months and months. Great for their, people from their countries to be able to stream this online. And of course, the support from companies like Tata Steel and American Express, Rolex, organizations like the Incredible India, which is the apex body for promoting tourism in the country. all of these coming together to actually take professional golf forward and make it this will help make it a lucrative career option in the future. I mean, why do we have to only look at cricket as a sport to make a career of? And golf very much has been so for many years. It's just that all these new things that are being added to the mix will make it even more so a good option for the players. And of course, use the world ranking points as a stepping stone, win some tournaments over here, and then the greener pastures just open for you. You could be going into Asia on invites to play the Asian tour, and then the European tour, and maybe even the Japan tour and the PGA tour. So things can just blossom out for you and just start opening up as you move along. And of course, live television, growth of junior golf, corporate sponsorships, all of these things do go hand in hand. Of course, PGTI, without whom the team that works very hard in putting these tournaments together, all of the team that works to get sponsorships as well as get venues for the tournaments, get the players and help them out in sorting out any sort of requirements that they might have, especially the international players who would require help with visas and all of that. Everything collectively is what makes a golf tournament successful, and that's what PGTI is really good at.
I think if you have to look at the sport in balance, the PGA Tour would probably be what a brilliant shot there, Summers. It's probably the most lucrative if you look at any other sport. It will be very tough to find a parallel. These kind of paydays are unheard of. Like what Anirban Larry was, well over $2 million for finishing second. It is the most lucrative golf event, but you cannot fathom that sort of prize money in any other sport. With all due respect to all the other games, but winning a tournament, almost the prize fund of $3 million, and an Indian player was able to do that. That's the highest payday ever by any Indian professional golfer. I think it might be true for any professional sport. I'm not too sure. So it shows you that there is a possibility as we go back to Vikram Rana. Now, this is going to be a tricky shot for him. Seems to be in the bunker and needs to hit a high shot here to try and get close to the flag. Let's see how well he's able to do and if he can extricate himself from this quagmire. Unfortunately, he is not. And that shot required a lot more better execution, definitely. Now he'll have his work cut out to make 4. Seems like he was on a little bit of a downslope. So not the best of shot, and now he'll definitely be ruining that shot. So coming back to golf, to understand, to put things into perspective, it's an individual sport. It's very difficult, but there are opportunities. If you're good enough, if you're physically fit enough, you can compete on the European and the US PGA Tour events where the prize purses are astronomical. And also now there is another league which apparently is also there. So there is prize money to be won if you're brilliant and if you're good. So it gives you another option, I think, as a profession. It's not a profession that you just sort of play and can't support yourself. If you're good at golf, and it starts right here on the PGTI. We are lucky enough that we have a golfing tradition in India, and the corporate and the other sectors are able to back this game. So players can go from strength to strength if you're good. And obviously, you don't always have to be a professional. You can just enjoy the game and learn from a professional. As you see how Vikram Rana is able to deal with that disappointment on the previous shot. He's very good off the greens. Chipping is definitely one of his fortes.
And let's see if he can chip this one in for par.
That's what he would be intending to do.
Currently playing to 1 over par for the day and total of -3 for the tournament. Did he have it?
Run that by. That's not the kind of performance we would have been expecting from him, especially on the last hole. We were expecting a grandstand finish. Everything's coming undone at the seams here for Vikram Rana. He needs to hold that 12 footer to make bogey and remain at level par for the week. Now, let's see if he's able to do that. Sanjeev just missing his putt by a whisker. Vikram Rana now going to school on that putt. That's what I was saying, that when the other player is putting, you can actually try and understand. And what they say, when you're chipping, it's best to chip ahead of the hole so that you can gauge how the putt might break when you come back. If you leave it short, you don't quite know because it's uncharted waters. Now his ball has traversed the length of that putt that he'd have, so he'd have some idea regarding the way that that putt will break.
Another twist and turn on the golf course has taken place, and Viraj Madappa has made another birdie on hole number 11 to move to 19 under par, and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu has dropped a shot to go to 16 under par. That takes Viraj into solo lead by 3 shots over Yuvraj, and seems like we might be soon be able to call out who is going to take this away.
If you remember, I told you that Viraj can be one of the players.
You're like a clairvoyant, aren't you?
Absolutely. I can see the future before it happens. I just don't know what mine has in store for me. But I said that Viraj and Rashid are the 2 players, and they're both in the frame because Viraj is so technically sound. And now back to Vikram Rana. He would need to be technically sound to avoid a double bogey, a blot on that scorecard. We don't want that right at the end, do we, Vikram? Let's make this putt. Vikram, unfortunately, not able to heed to my call, would end his round with a 5, and I'm sure that lunch would not taste that nice, but he can take heart from the fact that he shot a brilliant 6 under par, was able to have a decent week, not able to capitalize on that start, but that's all right. Not all things that start with a bang must always end that way. Sometimes you start with a bang and end with a whimper, but you live to fight another day. And I'm sure Vikram is a fighter. He'll be back the next week to make amends for this hole. Now back to Gaurav Pratap Singh, dressed in white.
Pratap Singh today playing to 1 under par and a total of 7 under for the tournament. This could be a good finish for Gaurav. Putting up 4 rounds in red figures would be nice for him. He's been struggling with just that one odd round that breaks down his total score at a tournament.
Oh, just skirting the hole.
Just needs to continue, maybe
But
make a birdie or 2.
That's the perfect speed of a putt. That's approximately about a foot and a half out of the hole. I think if you can do that each time, a player would hold a lot of putts.
Absolutely.
Speed is the most important component. Obviously, the line is there, but perfect speed on each putt, if you can sort of replicate that, then you'll see that you end up holding a lot of putts. Inconsistent control of speed is what actually does a player in.
Absolutely. Control of speed is very important. In fact, speed, I'd say, is a tad bit more important than having the exact line. Of course, you need a line, but you could do with a line could be a slight in here and a slight out there, but the speed could really make all the difference. And of course, having the right speed, even if you miss your birdie putt, ensures that you can get your pars in the hole, so you're not really losing out on the golf course. And if you keep hitting putts like that, eventually you will make them.
Absolutely. So let's see if here he has the speed correct.
Very unlike Pawan Kumar leaving that short of the hole.
Giving it a little bit too much respect.
Talking about respect, Colin Joshi currently at 3 under for the day and 9 under for the tournament.
Oh, that's unfortunate. That's why I say you have to really keep your wits about yourself. These short putts can sort of just fly by.
Looks like Cullen has probably a longer putt coming back.
It's very tough to keep your focus on all the short putts, but that is what a professional must do, especially every time he's within 3 feet. A little bit of a miscue and the ball can go awry.
Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, a leader from the penultimate day, currently at 16 under par with a long range attempt for birdie. Viraj Madappa seems to have put himself into a pin high situation on the 12th hole. Let's see if he can take this further out. He's currently at 19 under par and 5 under for the first 11 holes of the day. 7 holes more to go. 6 holes more to go, my apologies. Putt would break a lot from the right to the left for Viraj using his techniques to read that correct line. Putt's going to break from the right to the left with a slight downhill coming right in the middle of that putt. Correct judgment of speed and line will be very essential for Viraj on this hole if he wants to continue with the momentum that he has right now. He's the only player from the penultimate day who is carrying that same momentum and keeping that, taking that from strength to strength. Does he have it? Does he have it? Does he have it? And Viraj Madappa would now take his total up to 20 under par with 6 under for just today. Viraj Madappa completely running away with this. What a superb putt there to move to 20 under, 4 shots ahead of Yuvraj Singh Sandhu.
Creating daylight between the rest of the pack. That's brilliant birdie there. Yuvraj would need to put on the afterburners as well. Viraj is definitely flying supersonic. Let's see what Yuvraj can do now. He needs to make this putt. So now Viraj moving 4 clear of Yuvraj. 6 holes to go. It seems like Viraj is definitely in the flying cockpit. He's way ahead of the rest of the pack, and now the tournament is his to lose. Back here at hole number 18. Oh, just leaving it a little short. Difficult shot, in all fairness, for Ranjit from there. We have a look at Maniram. Maniram currently at 7 under for the tournament, having a brilliant day so far. Karthik Sharma at 6 under for the tournament, 1 under for the day. Ranjit Singh at 1 under for the day, 5 under for the tournament, having a good outing. The 18th hole makes for an interesting finishing hole. One of the few courses that actually has a par 3 as the finishing hole. Normally you have a par 4 or par 5. Par 3s are rarely the final holes, but this is a difficult par 3 and proves an ideal test. But in all fairness, that's a beautiful putt by Ranjit. Able to salvage his par. He'd be happy. made amends for that chip shot. My apologies, that's not Ranjit. Oh, that was his caddy actually helping, take the ball out of the hole. So I had me a little flummoxed there, but that is Ranjit, and he does make a par, so that's good on him. Let's see if Karthik can do the same. Has that peculiar way of reading the line. Does Karthik, as you can see, he's gesticulating with his left hand, trying to gauge uh, the slope or the grain. Giving this putt a lot of thought. As the last hole in the round, players definitely want to make a good stroke and not give away any shot because it's been a long tournament. They want to make sure that they clean up in style. And he does that. A good par for Karthik, so he has a decent week as well. Money Ram, the unassuming Money Ram, has crept up into the top 20 of the leaderboard, so he's doing well. This will be an important putt. If he were to make it, he would remain in a tie. So 18th position. So that, and if he misses it, he could be tied at 22nd. So that'll be a considerable change in price purse. And unfortunately, he's not able to make that putt. So gives you a good idea of how the 18th hole is. So definitely a draw player's hole because there are trees overhanging on the left of the green. But as you can see, it requires a high tee shot. Now Veer is one who can definitely hit the ball high. So easy hole for him. The trees which are ahead of the tee on the right side are not in play for somebody like him who's able to generate that speed and height. Let's see where that goes. Didn't seem quite happy with that effort. I think he missed it to the right. A lot can be gauged from the body language of a player. Now, golf is a game of opposites. If after hitting a shot, a player leans to the left, means he's hit it to the right. Now we have on our screens Jeev Milka Singh having a brilliant day so far. 2 under par, 8 under for the tournament. Definitely rolling back the years. Tied 16th. It's a good thing that he's in form. Maybe he's found something in the game. He's going to be playing a lot more tournaments apparently on the Asian Tour. So this is a good sign. He's definitely trending in the right direction. Having the club face open there, just a little short. Not able to make it all the way. Maybe miscued it or miscalculated the wind. Seems he's not too happy with that shot, and rightly so. Now we have Opie. Look for this to be a little bit of a high fade. Seems to have missed the green to the left, so this group definitely not making the most of this hole. None of them really hitting a good shot, so as to speak, according to their high standards. As we have a look at the leaderboard, Viraj still leading by 3 over Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. Shamim Khan 4 shots adrift, tied alongside Rashid Khan.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So, what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future, fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Comfloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Now back to the action. We have a look at Jeev Milkha Singh coming up a little short for his attempt at birdie from off the green. Wind is definitely picked up, and it's the favorable direction on this hole, playing from downwind from the right. Om Prakash Chauhan, excellent short game. Very good. One of the better proponents of bunker play. What a brilliant shot there. Putting some spin on it and controlling it really well. So for those of you who are just joining us, I'm your host Shaur Singh, joined by my co-host Rahul Bajaj. We're live at the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2022, presented by Tollygunge Club. This tournament is being played at the Tollygunge Golf Club at Kolkata and boasts of a handsome prize fund of rupees 50 lakh. The format is a stroke play. And we're live on ABP Live, and this is the second season running that the historic partnership between ABP Network and the PGTI is underway. The PGTI stands for the Professional Golf Tour of India and is one of the premier domestic tours in the world. And it's an open tour and has world ranking points as well. As we join the action back on hole number 18 with Veer Alawat here. Oh, that's a good putt. That appears to be his birdie putt. So we should make par and remain at 9 under par for the tournament. So it's a good outing by him. He's always there in the top 15, top 10, there and thereabouts. Very consistent, a good young player. There's a fine lot of younger players that we have who are coming out of India. And the presence of someone like Jeev Milkha Singh, who has made the effort to compete here, is a testament to the kind of legacy that he has. He's always wanted to give back to the game. No stranger to success, from a lineage of champions. His father, Mr. Milkha Singh, was such a great sportsman, and what a great, rich history of achievement in that family. And Jeev obviously continuing to fly the Indian flag high. Let's see if he's able to make this putt. Just veering off a little bit to the left, but nevertheless, a good week for Mr. Jeev Milkha Singh. Would be finishing at 7 under for the week in a tie for 18th. Valiant effort, and it's made for some great viewing to be able to see Jeev Milkha Singh playing so well after. Now we have OP who will be cleaning up for his bar. Om Prakash Chauhan also tied at 7 under par. So pretty bunched up is this group. For those of us who want to learn more about this game, I would recommend that you head over to www.pgtofindia.com. You find a treasure trove of information on our professional golfers, their schedules, and where the tour heads to next. The Professional Golf Tour of India.
This is Steve, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Confloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel, we also make tomorrow.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel, we also make tomorrow.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot over bridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel, we also make tomorrow.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel, we also make tomorrow.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects 2 parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel, we also make tomorrow.
Obviously, they want to do what we do. In fact, we got it at this clinic too. And how do you hit a backspin? You know, it's not something that a shorter, younger, weaker kid can do, because you need to increase your swing speed a little bit, so the ball spins a little bit more, and hence getting the backspin. So these things that they have to learn and have to be patient with.
we could help them out with their technique as well as, answer questions on the mental side of how they felt while hitting certain shots and, what they really required more than, just fixing their technique, which, I think the coaches are there for that. But I think we would be able to probably give a little more advice on how to handle the pressure when they go onto the golf course playing an event.
When I was interacting with them, I learned many things. They gave me the information I needed. It was very fun and quite informative.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Comfloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Back to the live action from the Tollygunge Golf Club. Kalin Joshi on hole number 18. Kalin trying to close in with a top 10 finish, currently at 9 under par with a tie for 14th position. Another birdie could get him up to the tie for 11th. Might also finish 10th depending on how the other players are top 2 coming into the final few holes. Kalin Joshi with a pretty good shot over there. A little bit further away for a birdie. Nonetheless, an opportunity it is.
Gaurav Pratap Singh now. Has to favor a fade in this right left wind, so he'll be able to cancel the wind out, so can just stand at the flag and actually hit his normal shape. Gaurav Pratap Singh 1 under for the day, so having a decent day so far. A birdie would definitely cap it off in style.
Gaurav Pratap Singh with a new set of clubs this week going into this tournament.
Seemed to be a very aggressive sort of a swing. Has done well. That's a good shot by him.
Yes, he's always aggressive through the ball. Just last week he got himself a new set of irons, which we were checking the lies and lofts of in my workshop. And seems like the clubs are doing good for him so far.
Yeah,
Poised for a 4 red numbers in this tournament.
That's
Pavan
a-
Kumar.
That's a very good achievement. That shows that the game is at a consistent high level. The players seem to be going with what, a 6 iron here?
This appears to be like a 6 or a 7 iron owing to the wind condition. Pavan Kumar not really using that wind to his advantage.
But that's a
Leaks it
good
out to
place
the right
to
side.
miss it.
Yes.
Not much changing on the top of the leaderboard. A brilliant round by Karandeep Kocher today. 6 under takes him to a total of 8 under par. We were saying that his form has been wavering a little bit, but he's definitely saved the best for last, as thoroughbred champions do. That takes him up to a tie for 17th. And some of the known players not having the best of days in the lower half of the leaderboard. Manu Kandas has shot a 5 under par and is at 13 under par total for the tournament. So he's obviously in a rich vein of form at this point in time.
Still on course. Still has got 3 holes more to go, so he could improve that tied 7th to even maybe a top 5 finish for himself if he can salvage another birdie or 2 on the course on his way to the finish. Nice shots there for the trio walking into the 18th hole. Ladies and gentlemen, just for your information, we are at Calcutta. The Professional Golf Tour of India is hosting the Tata Steel Players Championship 2022 presented by the Tollygunge Club. That is the Tollygunge Club right there on our screens as we speak. One of the finest fields on the PGTI this week with Jeev Milkha Singh, SSP Chaurasia, Rahil Gangji, all playing this tournament. Ajitesh Sandhu, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu has also done very well owing to his 9 under par yesterday, but not been able to capitalize on it today. Big thanks to all of the sponsors who have come forward to support this tournament as well as the PGT of India Tour. Tata Steel is a tour partner of the Professional Golf Tour of India as well as American Express, Rolex, which has supported golf since the 1960s. And Incredible India, the organization, the government organization which promotes tourism in the country. All these associations of the PGTI help it to go to various cities and therefore promote the sport of golf. And of course, showing to you that the sport of golf is no less than any other sport. And going to city after city for all of these players definitely helps to showcase their talents to everyone in those cities. You don't need to be in one place. So whenever the next time the tournaments happen in your city, do go to the golf course and watch these tournaments. The entry for these tournaments is absolutely free of charge. And you could go there and enjoy a great afternoon watching some of the best golfers this country has produced. We look at Pavan Kumar playing a little chip and run. Terrific attempt by Pavan Kumar. Beautifully played, leaving himself just a short tap in to make par on the last hole. Playing that percentage shot from around the greens, what seemed like maybe a pitching wedge on 9 iron, hit a little, chip it up to the green and then let it run, release up to the hole, giving himself a better opportunity to hole a chip than maybe a lofted club because of the kind of side spin that a lofted club could put on the ball. Gaurav Pratap Singh putting for birdie on the final hole. Looking to finish strong. Has given it his best. Or he has but just come up with a slight extra line, looks like, on that part. Beautifully tried though. Just going just slightly past the hole. Lovely attempt by Gaurav Pratap Singh. Good 4 solid days for Gaurav at the Tollygunge Club, helping him with a little bit of momentum going into the next week's Asian Tour and PGTI co-sanctioned DGC Open, the Delhi Golf Club Open at Delhi. Pawan Kumar closing in for a par there.
What are your thoughts now that Viraj's added another stroke to his lead? In fact, Yuvraj is buried the 12th as well. The 13th, the par 5. So it's making for an interesting competition. Yuvraj is obviously not letting up yet. I think if he can be within hopefully one shot on the 18th hole, then there's still a realistic chance.
No, actually, the 14th and the 15th are interesting holes because they do provide players the opportunity to birdie it in case they can actually put themselves in a place to do so. And the longer hitter on the 15th could really end up taking the advantage and almost getting it on the green, maybe.
Yes, you're right.
You never know what could actually happen over the next bend of the next couple of holes.
It's going to make for some interesting viewing for us. 14, 15, 16 are some interesting holes. What are your thoughts on the 16th hole?
The 16th also is a very interesting hole. Players have to play slightly towards the left side. Kalin Joshi rolling that in for birdie on that final hole. That should help him to get up to tie for 11th position along with Veer Alawat and Sunit Chaurasia and Aman Raj. And if things are to be, might even finish a tie for the 10th position depending on how the players above them end up finishing when they come into the final few holes. The 16th is a little bit of a dogleg towards the right. Slightly, I think, if I'm not wrong,
Yes,
it's a little bit on the difficult side. You want to keep the ball towards the left side of the fairway, and the green isn't so big. But yes, the chance that the players have is probably a 9 and for their second shot would have to take it on from there, depending on where the flag location is today.
The players are doing well. The standards of golf have definitely increased. Improved many folds. I remember even the front nine, there were quite a few difficult holes, such as the 4th, the 3rd, and so on and so forth. But the players are obviously able to, sort of navigate that pretty easily. It shows that the ball striking standards have improved throughout the field.
As we're looking at hole by hole scoring on the 16th hole today, multiple number of birdies have been hit by many players, as opposed to only 2 bogeys so far on that hole. 5 birdies to 2 bogeys and 1 quadruple bogey, unfortunately, for one of the champions. Multiple eagles this week. 5 eagles this week by the field on the PGTI. Rashid Khan making an eagle today on the 10th hole. Also, Veer Alawat making an eagle today on the 10th hole itself. Sunit Chaurasia today making an eagle on hole number 13, as well as Karandeep Kochar. My apologies, 9 eagles for the week by the players this week. Vijita Bhandara from Sri Lanka on the 18th hole now, making his way to the final hole. Vijita Bhandara dropped multiple shots today, currently playing to 4 over par for the day and at a total of 4 under par.
Here at the 18th hole, Sunit Chaurasia. Suneet is currently 10 under par for the week. Suneet is a homegrown golfer here from Kolkata. Should be well acquainted with this hole. I personally feel this is an easier wind, a tailwind from the right provides more of a birdie opportunity. The flag is at the back of the green, so it could be playing to about 205 to 207 yards. Some sort of tailwind. So players are looking at a club that travels about 195. So that should be a 6 sign for somebody like Suneet.
Suneet's scorecard today is very much, reminiscent of the day. Very, very colorful.
That's a good shot by him. That's what I thought. A brilliant shot.
Oh, lovely
Giving
shot
himself
there
about
by
15 feet for birdie.
Suneet. As we were talking about the colorful scorecard that Suneet has produced today, he's made 4 birdies so far and an eagle and 3 bogeys on that scorecard. So still at 3 under par for the day. Those bogeys making up for the blues on the
now.
card.
Now puts a lot of cheese on the ball, so as to speak. A very hard hitter. He's able to really get into that ball, and always takes out a big divot, puts a lot of compression. There you go, making it look very easy. It's over a 200-yard shot. He's pulled it a little to the left. It seems that's all right. Will be on the left edge. That's fine.
That shouldn't be a problem for N. Thangaraja from the left side of the green. He's already dropped 2 shots on the back 9 today and is currently at a score of 1 under par for the day and 9 under par for the tournament. Jeev Milkha Singh currently at 8 under for the tournament, tied alongside the junior from Chandigarh itself, Karandeep Kochar, who is a multiple-time winner on the PGTI, winner of the Gujarat Open just 2 weeks ago. As we take a look at the leaderboard on our screens right now, Viraj Madappa leads the way by 3 shots over Shamim Khan and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. Shamim Khan also not taking it easy at all. Just made a birdie on 13th and the 15th holes to get a little bit closer, keeping his charge alive.
Definitely staying in the fray, 3 behind the leader. Shamim has 3 more holes to go, so would be looking to make at least 2 birdies and get to 19 under par. But I find it difficult now that Viraj would falter anyway, especially with the kind of technique and ball striking ability and the kind of swing that he has. He's not one who has these big misses. He's very consistent with the ball striking. So I really feel that
I think if anyone was to really make a charge, might just end up tying Viraj. I would also, say that Viraj is probably not going to be making any mistakes here on. And I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up catching 2 more birdies from here.
Yeah, I feel so too. At the stretch of holes, the 3 par 3s, the 14th, 15th, and 16th, they're pretty straightforward for him. Somebody of 15th is very reachable for him. He can actually drive it on the green and take a more sort of measured approach on the other 2 holes. Maybe drop 1 shot on those par 4s, but I still don't see it happening unless Yuvraj can make a couple of birdies and put some pressure on. It's important that the leader also feels some pressure, because that's what makes a player falter. If you have such a considerable lead and you've been sort of on your game, then you're just able to coast to victory. So if any one of the chasing pack has to make it interesting, they need to get to at least 19 under par, so that Viraj does think about them. But Viraj is a champion. He won at the Delhi Golf Club last year, so he knows how to win, and so it's going to be tough to get him off the perch, so as to speak.
Bhandara now from the right side of the green. Lovely chip by Vijita Bhandara from Sri Lanka, leaving himself about 2.5 to 3 feet for par. playing alongside his fellow countryman N. Thangaraja, who has missed the green on the left side. Both of them guarding the green, one on the right, the other one on the left. Sunny Chaurasia making his way easily up onto the green, about 15 feet away for birdie. Thangaraja could chip this one in, he's eyeing this one. This would take his total up to 10 under par for the tournament, currently at 1 under for the day, with rounds of 67, 65 and 70, total score of 9 under par. Does he have it? Has he done it? Oh, he leaves that one short. Finishes up with a par on the final hole. And Thangaraja would close his campaign at 9 under par for the tournament and a tie for 15th position. The final day of the Tata Steel Players Championship 2022, presented to you by Tollygunge Golf Club. Wishing you all viewers a very happy Holi, and thanks for joining us for this live telecast. The PGTI of India is supported by Tata Steel, one of the finest companies of India. Amritanjan Fruitnik, which is the hydration partner of the PGTI. American Express, the digital payments. American Express also giving its card owners a lot of opportunities to play golf in various places, as well as gain access to free lessons on driving ranges through their cards loyalty programs. Of course, Rolex, which has supported golf for many years now. Sunny Chaurasia, great attempt there for birdie, but will have to settle for a par. Incredible India, the organization which supports and grows tourism across various states of India, has joined hands with the PGTI using, maybe give the golf tourism a little bit of a twist, especially with the kind of history and the kind of scenery that our country possesses. This could be one of the best destinations ever. Great par there for Vijita Bandara, cleaning up nicely. All of the 3 players in this group would be making par on the final hole. Unfortunately, as Gaurav Pratap Singh didn't finish 1 under par. In fact, he's finished even par for the day with 1 drop shot in the last 3 holes, as we see the Tollygunge flag just fluttering out there with the gust of winds that are blowing, making things very challenging for the players on the golf course. Commendable effort by golfers like Viraj Madappa, who are picking up shots on the golf course, currently dropped 1 shot on hole number 14 and gone to 19 under par, making things a little more interesting between himself and Shamim and Yuvraj. Might be a little too close for comfort, just 2 shots adrift.
Maybe those are the golf courses will make it interesting, with the wind also picking up now. And Viraj has dropped a shot. Let's see what is there in the offing now.
Commendable camera work over there, zooming into that flag to showcase the kind of winds that are blowing at the Tollygunge Club. Interesting to see what happens over the last 3 to 4 holes for all of these gentlemen in the leader groups. Rashid Khan also at 16 under par. I wouldn't be surprised with any of them pulling off maybe a multiple birdie finish over here, almost like a birdie fest over the last couple of holes.
Yeah, that could well happen. I think now the tournament is once again, Viraj has sort of opened the door, and the door is a little ajar for the other players now. Now the question is, can Shamim and Yuvraj capitalize with a birdie of their own? That's going to be very important. And Yuvraj is playing alongside Viraj, so he can assert himself. And the 15th hole is a hole that both of them can actually drive on. And so birdie there is definitely going to upset the balance of things. For those of you who are just joining us, we like to tell you that we are live at the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2022, presented by Tollygunge Club, being played at the Tollygunge Golf Club in Kolkata. And the tournament boasts of a prize fund of rupees 50 lakh, with over 8 lakh going to the winner. So there's a lot to play for. And mind you, we also have the top 5 positions, which offer world ranking points. In the field are some of India's top golfers. Currently leading is Viraj Madappa at 19 under par. You have the likes of Rashid Khan, SSP Chaurasia, Ajitesh Sandhu, Khalin Joshi, Jeev Milka Singh as well in attendance. So the field is peppered with great names and a lot of history here in the field with some of our big international champions in the field. SSP Chaurasia, three-time European Tour winner, who's at 14 under par, and Shamim Khan and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu are in hot pursuit at this moment.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So, what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future, fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot over bridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Comfloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Back to the live action. Aman Raj from Patna on the last hole of the tournament for Aman. He's currently at 2 under par for the tournament for the day and 10 under par for the tournament. Lovely shot there for Aman Raj. That should take him up to 11 under. Just giving himself just 4 to 5 feet short of the hole. Perfect look at birdie, slightly uphill. Manu Gandas taking out that range finder, getting the exact yardage to that hole location with a slight right to left downwind going on this hole. SSP Chaurasia with a scintillating round today of 6 under par so far, currently at 14 under par. Manu Gandas taking his own sweet time on that shot. The last hole, so he'd probably get away with it. Bit of wrist action there. Manu Gandas going for it. Has he got the right yardage? Well, that'll be about 25 feet away for birdie from the bottom and right of the hole, more towards the center of the green. SSP Chaurasia, 14 under par for the tournament. Coming into the final hole now. His charge up towards the leader started very well, unfortunately. The back nine hasn't been as colorful as the front nine. The front nine, SSP Chaurasia makes birdies on the first, fourth, eighth, and the ninth, and an eagle on the par 5 seventh hole.
What a lovely free-flowing action SSP has. Pushed a little to the right, but that's the place to miss it on this hole.
As the players are now walking off onto that 18th hole, what do you think? You think any of these? Rashid has also moved up to 17 under par now, and you have Shamim Khan also at 17 under par. Both these players have only 2 holes remaining, and Viraj is 2 shots ahead of them.
Well, I think it looks like Viraj has it tightly knit at this point in time. Rashid is the one who's making a charge, so Rashid could get to 18 under par.
Although Yuvraj Singh Sandhu is also at 17 under par, and he's playing alongside Viraj, and he's got 4 holes to go.
So I imagine that Yuvraj can at best maybe get to 19 under par because maybe make 2 birdies out of 4 holes. I don't see Viraj dropping another shot. 15th is a birdie opportunity, 16th and 17th. But you don't know. I mean, I feel 20, if he's able to get to 20 under par, he's going to win for sure. 19 under par could also secure a victory. 18 under par might be playoff territory, I feel.
I put my money on the fact that on the 15th hole, Viraj would make the birdie.
Should be. After he would be looking to sort of make a little bit of a statement after dropping that shot on the 14th hole. So look for the 15th to be a good hole for him.
Very action-packed day as always on the PGT of India. We always get, it always comes down to the wire-to-wire finish. In the end, it all just turns into excitement and a lot of nerves. A lot of players come at the top, mixing up with the lead, and it just makes things very, very interesting coming in, almost like a climax coming together by the time the final group comes in.
Yeah, it definitely seems like a blockbuster movie at this point in time.
We have many actors in there.
Many actors, no villains. I think the commentators could be the villains.
And a bunch of supporting actors on the golf course with the players
definitely.
as well.
And we're going to see who is going to be the main star.
There you go. Viraj Madappa has made birdie on the 15th. So has Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. So now Viraj has moved to 20 under par and Yuvraj is at 18 under par.
It's a high-speed chase going on. Treacherous speeds, sharp turns. Who is going to take the The pole position right now is with Viraj, but let's see who is able to cross the checkered flag, so as to speak.
Let's see what SSP Chaurasia has in there for us. Can he give us a finish where he gives it a chip in, make it all exciting for all of us to view?
Using a very lofted club.
Well. Does he have it? Does he have it? And leaves it way short of the hole.
Yes. All right, so SSP Chaurasia there for his par to remain at 14 under par.
Not staying true to his name on the final hole. He's a Chipper Chaurasia. May I just remind him that?
Not anymore. Those are days of yore. Now he's moved on. Ball striking Chaurasia. Multiple victories under his belt. It was a joy to watch his first victory at the Delhi Golf Club. How he was able to pull off a brilliant shot after another and be able to, sort of handle the onslaught of challenge from the European players. Very impressive. When he's on song, he's a sight to watch, and he's been pretty good this week as well. Should be finishing up in a tie for 6th.
Impressive as I see it. He spoke about it yesterday as well. One of the players who had dropped multiple shots in the front nine, and then that was N. Thangaraja, dropped 5 shots in the front nine, and then collected 5 shots later to finish at even par for the day. And Ajitesh Sandhu, starting off with a bogey on the first and a double bogey on the 4th hole, has made 3 birdies and steadied himself out through the round and has come back to even par. That's also quite commendable to actually be, not let it have a snowball effect on yourself.
Yeah, I think, to be honest,
strength of the mind really counts over here.
These players understand the importance of each shot. They're all champions and have won tournaments. They're not going to let any shot slip away, because they know that one shot could be the difference between, considerable amount of money and world ranking points. Obviously, sometimes you just can't control it. Sometimes the entire round gets derailed, and that's not something which is there within the purview of a control of a player. But I'm sure they don't like dropping shots, and each shot is very dear to a player.
I think it's something about the words that you use, Shaurya. You talked about derail, and Manu Gandas's ball almost derailed from the hole there.
Well, I wish I had that kind of effect on future events. I'd say a lot of good things
Really,
about
you spoke
myself.
lofted club, and SSP left it short of the hole.
And then I think they should be paying heed to what I say and have a live feed running there on each hole and play the hole accordingly. Because they say, those who do, those who teach. They're saying those who do, those who teach. There should be a third one. Those who can't commentate. Those who can't just commentate. For the betterment of Aman Raj, I'm going to say yes, that is the correct approach, and this is going to end up in the bottom of the cup. Come on, Aman Raj. Let's break the commentator's jinx.
There we
So
are.
beautifully.
Aman Raj making a birdie there on the final hole with a scintillating tee shot. SSP Chaurasia with a lot of work to do there to save par on the final hole. It should not be much of a trouble for him. Let's see how he closes this one out.
Should break a little to his left from here. Pretty easy putt for a right-handed golfer. Just leave it towards the right edge and should break back a little bit. Speed also would not be a concern in this one. Pretty flat. Just hit it at the right edge, right end. If it's well struck, it should go in the hole.
You make it sound like it's nothing.
It's a little more than nothing, but compared to the kind of putts they face,
It's nothing, but it's straight, and just leave it out to the right and just goes in the hole on its own, right? Doesn't it? Like it's
It
like the
seems
bat ball's got a magnet, it just falls in, and there we go.
Rahul, you shouldn't have said that. I tried to make it look all rosy and it would have gone in the hole. I'm going to complain to SSP about you jinxing his putt. And so this group finishes, not the kind of finish that SSP would have been expecting, but that's life, that's golf. You don't always get what you deserve or expect. You just take what you get and you roll with the punches. Yes, now
Punches. Let's look at Chikka Rangapa's next punch coming up on this hole.
I think he also indulges in martial arts, taekwondo, all kinds of fitness activities as this man. That's why he's able to stay in such fine fettle.
I didn't know he was engaging into martial arts.
I mean, even if he was not, now he is because we've said it. I think his caddy also definitely indulges in some sort of fitness activity, a towering figure. I'm sure they have the correct club here.
Well, only time shall tell.
Chikarangappa at 13 under par for the tournament, having a good round so far.
Currently tied for 7th position with scores of 67, 66 and 68 on the first 3 days, and today playing to 4 under par. Birdies all over his scorecard. He started off with a bogey on the 3rd, made a birdie on 7th, and post that made one on 11th, 12th, 15th and 16th.
Good shot there by him.
Keeping it on the dance floor at about 25-30 feet. Very happy to have made the green in regulation.
That seems to be more sarcastic than anything else. He's already playing well. Maybe he's not quite happy with that shot. Maybe that hole has been giving him trouble all week. There's always a backstory that we don't quite know.
Possibly. Could also be, that he's just happy with simple things in life.
I don't know how to respond to that, but the fact is he's 4 under par and that shot is good, but by his standards, he would not be really happy with that.
Honey Besoya making an aggressive one at that ball.
Staring it down.
Lovely camera work there, looking at the entire flight of the golf ball.
On the bright side is Chikarangappa will get a good read from Honey.
Talking about the bright side, brightest man on the golf course today, Zamal Hussain Mola. I almost can't see that his legs are there. Just
Blending
now that we
nicely
can.
with
Oh,
the
there we
background.
go. It's almost merging in with the backdrops. Almost like he took the color swatch with him while he was going to buy those pants. Really going very hard at that iron shot. Something that I don't see very often. Does that work? Just about goes off the green. Should not be a big trouble for Zamal.
I think one thing to keep in mind is that when you're looking at the other two players, they're obviously more powerful players in terms of the swing speed they possess. So for a medium hitter, when you're hitting a 5 iron, a 6 iron, you have to put in a lot more effort as compared to a longer hitter. So that's something you'll realize that medium hitters, apart from somebody like Ajitesh Sandhu, who's just brilliant and has that kind of control, they find it pretty difficult. As we go back on hole number 15, what a shot by Rashid.
Shot by Rashid Khan, flopping it back onto that green. 15th hole for Rashid Khan. Rahil Ganji from the bunker. Seems like he'll have to pull out something from there. Pin's just up above it. He'll need a nice high, very soft landing ball to drop in. And he does that beautifully. What a great shot by Rahil Ganji on the hole. This would help him to secure another birdie. A reachable par 4. But of course, the trials and tribulations of this hole are around the green, because the green is quite elevated from the fairway height. Great showcase of golf being showed. I think also nice to see the telecast also gives us so many holes, so much coverage of different kinds of shots coming up. It's great for all of the viewers watching. They get a good idea. Shamim Khan on the 15th hole, putting for birdie. This will help Shamim to get to 17 under par and 3 shots short of the lead. If he can get this one in, 16th, 17th and 18th could be another few opportunities for him. Does Shamim have it? Does he do it? And there we go. Shamim Khan making a birdie on hole number 15 to get to 17 under.
Seemed pretty effortless for Shamim. He makes a putting look very effortless. what advantage does the player have? Somebody like Rahil who's played a lot on this golf course doesn't. I think one would be that the whole mystery of reading greens is kind of taken out because you know every line, right?
I think that would definitely be one, and the other thing is just the comfort of the eye. As regularly as you play, it's almost like you subconsciously align to a certain tee shots. You know which shape to play on this hole. You know how the wind behaves over here, how much the ball gets affected. I think that acts as uh, a little bit of a help. Rahul Ganji also making a birdie on the 15th hole to move into 15 under par.
Another interesting fact to share with our viewers about our leader Viraj Madappa. He won the Take Solution Masters in 2018, 4 years back, and it was a co-sanctioned event with the Asian Tour and the PGTI. And in process of that, he became the youngest Indian to win an international event at the tender age of 20, and only the third Indian rookie to win on the Asian Tour. So that's quite an achievement, a feather in his cap. Let's see if today he can add another one by winning this tournament.
Absolutely, and always great to win at your home course, right? With all your family and your friends walking with you, watching you, always looking forward for you to excel at where you've grown up. And of course, it also holds a very, fond place even in your own heart because of the amount of time you spend at this club honing your skills. Honey Besoya putting for birdie about 25 feet away from the hole. Honey Besoya didn't give the ball enough legs there. Never up, never in kind of story. Chikkarangappa on the last hole. Can he finish his round at 5 under par with this attempt for birdie? Did he pick up some information from Honey Besoya's putt? Currently at 13 under par. This will move Chikka to a solo sixth position at 14 under par if he was to make this putt. Chikkarangappa just leaving it in the jaws of the hole and would have to tap that in for par. He just left himself half a roll short of the hole.
The disappointment in your voice is perceptible, Rahul.
I can feel the pain of leaving a putt just short of the hole and not be able to finish it in 5 under par that round.
Seems like you're very familiar with the feeling.
Absolutely am. I haven't forgotten the pain of it yet.
Pain of disappointment. It stays long with you, ladies and gentlemen. But must be able to shake it off and get ready to face a new challenge on the next day. That is a little bit of tidbit for advice in life.
Honey Besoya, easy peasy par putt.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy, and there's an eagle that Yuvraj has made on the 16th
Yuvraj
hole.
Singh Sandhu has made an eagle on hole number 16 and goes up to tie Viraj Madappa at 20 under par. He holed his second shot on the 16th hole.
This is almost ludicrous, but that's how good these guys are. Yuvraj Sandhu is so.
It's almost like the universe is conspiring.
To make him win, or to make this tournament an exciting one for our viewers. I think that's
both of them, I guess.
But that's what we want. A battle of the titans.
And this is really going to be dependent on who is going to be making a birdie on the 17th or the 18th. Any of these guys. Oh my God, that's a complete turn of events over there.
This is a this is a tussle between two heavyweight champions. Seriously, this is like Mike Tyson versus Evander Holyfield. We just hope nobody bites each other's ear off, but otherwise, it's really a battle to remember. This is going to be one for the ages, ladies and gentlemen. These guys are putting on the afterburners. The back nine is where they showcase the best skills. And Yuvraj Sandhu is saying, "Hang on, my dear friend, I'm not done yet."
Ageless competitor there, Rahil Ganji. An aggressive swing through that ball, coming off birdie on the 15th, 16th, and the 17th hole. Can he make that 4 in a row?
What a brilliant shot there.
Rahil Ganji now up to 17 under par and solo at third position. If he converts that, he's definitely finishing at third position on his own. Rashid Khan also at 16 under par, coming off a bogey on the 17th. Rashid is definitely going to take this one up aggressively. He is not the one who takes the punch very, very nicely. He's always staying more aggressive towards the holes.
Rashid, unfortunately,
maybe overcooked that one a little bit.
Making bogey on the 17th, and I think that's going to be his challenge. But he's always challenging. That's the point for our viewers, and especially for the younger viewers watching, that never do give up. Always keep trying and have the ability to back yourself up, and that's especially what Rashid Khan does. Now we have Shamim on the tee, who also has made bogey in the 17th. So also out of the running to win the tournament, but definitely there for the top 5 position. That's a good shot by him.
Nice shot by Shamim Khan. That's about 15 feet away for birdie. Almost pin high to the hole. Brilliant place to leave yourself.
Now back on the 18th. I have a feeling Rashid Khan's going to hold this.
Willie.
Almost
Willie hit it.
should be able to clean up for par, but my feeling remains just that, a fleeting feeling.
Let's see if Rahul Ganji can finish this with 4 birdies in a row.
That would be quite the effort.
4 birdies in a row and 5 under par on the card. It was a superb start today with 2 birdies. Started off with heat, gave up 2 shots later on in the day, trying to pick up the shots again from the course. And a little effort, a little too late.
Another interesting fact about this tournament is that the last time that the PGTI event was played here was the Bengal Open 2020, which witnessed the longest playoff in PGTI history when Adil Bedi defeated Udyan Mane on the 6th playoff hole. That was quite a playoff, and he was able to chip in on this exact hole, in fact.
Shamim Khan putting for birdie. Has he got it? Not really. Shamim Khan would be settling for par over there. His campaign would end at 16 under par. Superb effort by Shamim Khan, but the young lad seemed to be running away with this title and going in a completely different direction of scoring. Ganji for his 4th birdie in a row on the 18th hole.
Oh, unfortunately, not to be.
A ball curved off a little bit from the right side. It appears like he might have taken Shamim's putt into consideration, which did not turn towards the left later on to the hole. That's why they say, got to find your own way. Interesting to see what happens over 17th and 18th between Yuvraj and Viraj. I might want to make my second name into my first name and make it Bajaj Rahul, and maybe rhyming things. Maybe that'll just help my golfing career.
I'm sure that was the only thing that was missing.
Probably.
It's time to take a dive back and with a new name
Yeah.
and new fame, my friend.
Probably. I think that might be the thing. Let me just invert the two.
Yeah,
Make
so
my
if it
first name
works
into
for
my
you-
last.
Works for you, let me know. Then I'll also follow suit.
What's your second name though?
Singh?
Well, it's not going to work. It's Viraj and Yuvraj and then Bajaj.
Well, I see Yuvraj Singh is doing well. So that might be the missing link. But what a feast of golf. And these guys are in rarefied air, to be honest. This is not normal what they're doing. I know it looks easy. 20 under par is stupendous. It's extremely difficult to be playing this level of golf at Tollygunge Golf Club. And they're doing so effortlessly. The eagle by Yuvraj on the 16th would have been a shot from maybe anywhere from 100 or inside, and he would have holed that. So that's the level of golf that they have.
What are the chances of being 2 shots off the lead, going into a difficult par 4, dogleg towards the
This
right,
is Tata
OB
Steel,
on the right
and this
side.
is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel. That is high on strength and corrosion resistance and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects 2 parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's ComFloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Obviously, they want to do what we do. In fact, we got it at this clinic too. And how do you hit a backspin? You know, it's not something that a shorter, younger, weaker kid can do, because you need to increase your swing speed a little bit, so the ball spins a little bit more, and hence getting the backspin. So these things that they have to learn and have to be patient with.
We could help them out with their technique, as well as answer questions on the mental side of how they felt while hitting certain shots, and what they really required, more than just fixing their technique, which I think the coaches are there for that. But I think we would be able to probably give a little more advice on how to handle the pressure when they go onto the golf course playing an event.
When I was interacting with them, I learned many things. They gave me the information I needed. It was very fun and quite informative.
Back to the live action at the final day of the Tata Steel Players Championship 2022, presented by the Tollygunge Club. We have our leader group now making their way onto the 18th tee box. Viraj Madappa and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu playing alongside Ajitesh.
Now we can see the players taking the yardages. That's a change, one of the changes that has happened in the rules in the last couple of years, helping to speed up play and also making life a little more easier for the players. When you know your numbers, it takes out a lot of the guessing work.
Playing today with a little right-left downwind. Any of these players who can get the right yardage in to this hole, decide on the right club, could have a good chance at birdie, and it's very important at this juncture in the tournament with two players at 20 under par. Otherwise, we are looking at a playoff coming in. So Rahul Ganji has finished at third position by himself at 17 under. while Yuvraj and Viraj are fighting to win this title. Both players absolutely on song with their games, packing in a punch behind that golf ball and really capitalizing on their form.
The all important shot here.
This shot really could be everything. Anyone who actually ends up getting this ball close to the hole and making a birdie over here, this could be the final straw. Very important shot for these players over here.
I would think play about 20 feet right and slight draw. Get to about 15 feet is a good position to put pressure on the other opponent.
Absolutely. I think a steady swing is very important over here. As he got it.
Strong swing. That was a big divot.
A nice shot by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. He's given himself about 20 feet. He's short of the hole. He'll have an uphill look at birdie. That should add a little bit of pressure for sure, because you're on the dance floor, so on shot for birdie. Ajitesh Sandhu.
Ajitesh Sandhu also doesn't amble about too much. Is pretty decisive in his decision making.
Sandhu currently at 13 under par for the tournament, 1 over par for the day. Hasn't been able to capitalize on the stellar round from yesterday.
That's a decent shot by him.
That ball would roll off the green just a tad bit. It's still a decent chance for birdie, about 20 feet away. Viraj Madappa, this shot really could be the clincher for him. Considering where Yuvraj has put himself, he has an outside chance for birdie. Viraj can hit this one really close to the hole. That will be beneficial. The advantage Viraj. Nice to see a lot of local support coming out for all of the players. A lot of spectators out on the course today.
Very good rotation through the ball.
As he got it, he's calling it a little left.
Nice trundle on.
Just about makes it up onto the green. So Viraj and Yuvraj will have very similar putts for birdie on the final hole. We might be poised for a playoff for all you know, unless and until one of these gentlemen decides to make the putt.
Similar scores, rhyming names, Viraj, Yuvraj. Let's see who's going to come up trump on this hole.
I think we should start calling them Sandhu and Madappa. It's becoming confusing now.
We'll just have to decide who to call champion soon, or are we going to be heading into a playoff? The previous time also there was a playoff here, so anything could happen at this point in time.
Players making their way onto the green. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu trying to capitalize on his great form, and of course that eagle on the 16th hole, which has gotten him up to 20 under par to tie for the lead with scores of 67, 65 and 61 over the first 3 days, and a 3 under par today on his scorecard. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu at 20 under par. Viraj Madappa with scores of 64, 70 and 62 over the past 3 days, and a 6 under par today. Both players tied at 20 under par, and very similar length putts now on the final hole to avoid a playoff. Both of these players will be looking forward to making the putt, because if they can close this in, even the players want to avoid the playoff.
But for the fans and the viewers, playoffs are always exciting. And if we were to go on a playoff, I think we'll be playing this hole again.
Yes, absolutely. We will be playing this hole again.
There you have it. So 71 holes, a lot of drama, excitement, a lot of birdies and a couple of eagles as well. And now we finally have our two worthy contenders for the championship. It's all come down to this, ladies and gentlemen, right here at the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2022, presented by Tollygunge Club. In a few moments' time, we will have a clear answer if we have a champion, or do we need to go into extra time.
Big shout out also to our tour sponsors in Tata Steel, Amritanjan Fruitnik, American Express Rolex and Incredible India. And of course, the new association between the PGTI and ABP Live to bring live professional golf onto our screens. Viraj Madappa putting for birdie now. Viraj needs this putt. Does he have it?
Oh, brilliant putt there.
Viraj would, good attempt. He'd have a 3-footer to come back to save his par. A superb putt there by Viraj Madappa. Great attempt at birdie.
That putt would really have helped Yuvraj as well to get an understanding of how much break there is from right side of the green, because he would also have a putt that would break from the right left, a similar sort of a uphill putt, a little shorter. I have a feeling that Yuvraj could make it, because he would have got a very good read on this putt and just needs to leave it out a little bit to the right and let Yuvraj take care of the rest.
Although Yuvraj is coming from a completely different angle, so that ball might not break as much as Viraj's ball moved from the right to the left. Ajitesh Sandhu putting for birdie from just off the green. That ball's going to break slightly from his left. Turns out that ball didn't really break at all, almost like till the last moment. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. He's been making a lot of long putts, and this just could be one of them. And this could be the complete clincher of this tournament. With the form that he's been carrying, I wouldn't be surprised if he could completely finish this off right here. Also much closer than Viraj's ball. And all the way and uphill, so it gives him the chance to be aggressive with that putt.
Playoff, if it does happen, is a little bit of a lottery, to be honest. This is as good a chance as any that Yuvraj has had. He still has his fate in his own hands. This putt is all of 20 feet, I think, breaking a little bit from our left on the screens as we view it, and from the player's right. Expect this to be really close.
Anxious moments here.
Greens are rolling well, so won't really have to force this putt either. The wind is also from the back, so the only thing he really needs to worry about is putting a good stroke on it.
Has he hit it? Yuvraj Singh Sandhu closes this tournament in with a birdie on the final hole to finish at 21 under par. What a great finish by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, finishing with birdie on the 15th, an eagle on the 16th, and a birdie on the 18th hole to win the Players Championship 2022 presented by the Tollygunge Club by just one shot over Viraj Madappa.
Rahul, I really like your excitement. It seems like you won the tournament and not Yuvraj. But what I really like is the way he went about that putt. And I think a little bit of credit to me as well. I told you that's a makeable putt, and he did it. Phenomenal putt by him, and what a finish! To be honest, what a last few stretch of holes he's made. In the last 6 holes, he went birdie, par, birdie, eagle, par, birdie. So that's the performance that is worthy of a champion.
And the rest of the players now finish off for their pars. Amazing performance by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu as well as by Viraj Madappa and multiple other players, including Rahil, Rashid, and Shamim, right? Even Chikka. Splendid under par numbers.
Unfortunate for Viraj not to win after that phenomenal performance. At one point in time, he had opened a 3-shot lead. It just shows you the type of competition that we have here. It's now not over till it's over on the PGTI.
Absolutely. In fact, it's almost as if, the golfing gods were shining on him. I mean, what are the odds of making an eagle from the fairway on a par 4? That too, a difficult par 4, right? And getting that break and, in fact, capitalizing on it coming into this final hole thereafter. That is really the mark of the champion.
Yeah, Viraj would be smarting from that defeat. Really good performance by him. Unfortunately not to win, but you really have to snatch victory here. Phenomenal run by him as well. Viraj playing well, and Yuvraj obviously just being able to elevate his game onto a different level altogether. He's playing he's in his own rarefied air. He's on a different level altogether. Now his friends dousing him with water, rightly so. What a brilliant performance by him.
Great performance by these golfers over here in Calcutta at the Tollygunge Club, a historical venue for golf. Please stay tuned with us as we will come back to you with the prize presentation in just a few moments. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your host Rahul Bajaj along with my co-host Shaurya Singh. We'll be signing off as the prize presentation is about to begin at the Tollygunge Club in Calcutta. A big thanks to all of you for staying tuned and watching us. Please stay tuned until the prize presentation finishes. Also, a big thanks to all of the sponsors of the PGTI, which is Tata Steel, Amritanjan Fruitnik, American Express, Rolex, and Incredible India, and also ABP Live for showcasing golf in India on live screens. So big thank you to all of you. And next week, the tour moves to the Asian Tour and the PGT of India co-sanctioned DGC Open, a $500,000 prize purse event, right in the middle of Lutyens, Delhi.
We also want to tell our viewers that please stay tuned for the prize ceremony and also join us in a couple of weeks' time as we head over for the next stop on the PGTI that will be covered by ABP Live. And we want to thank all of you who were with us on this tumultuous journey where a new champion emerged in the name of Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. And stay tuned, and till next time, goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and wishing you all a very happy Holi.
check. Hello. 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 Check. Clear na?
Obviously, they want to do what we do. In fact, we got it at this clinic too. And how do you hit a backspin? You know, it's not something that a shorter, younger, weaker kid can do, because you need to increase your swing speed a little bit so the ball spins a little bit more, and hence getting the backspin. So these things that they have to learn and have to be patient with.
We could help them out with their technique, as well as, you know, answer questions on the mental side of how they felt while hitting certain shots, and, you know, what they really required, more than, you know, just fixing their technique, which, you know, I think the coaches are there for that. But I think we would be able to probably give a little more advice on how to handle the pressure when they go onto the golf course playing an event.
When I was interacting with them, I learned many things. They gave me the information I needed. It was very fun and quite informative.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. an iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Confloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel, we also make tomorrow.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel, we also make tomorrow.
Obviously, they want to do what we do. In fact, we got it at this clinic too. How do you hit a backspin? You know, it's not something that a shorter, younger, weaker kid can do, because you need to increase your swing speed a little bit so the ball spins a little bit more, and hence getting the backspin. So these things that they have to learn and have to be patient with.
We could help them out with their technique, as well as, you know, answer questions on the mental side of how they felt while hitting certain shots, and, you know, what they really required, more than, you know, just fixing their technique, which, you know, I think the coaches are there for that. But I think we would be able to probably give a little more advice on how to handle the pressure when they go onto the golf course playing an event.
When I was interacting with them, I learned many things. They gave me the information I needed. It was very fun and quite informative.
सर एक नंबर
like so. Ajitesh Sanghu, Rahil Ganji, Shamim Khan, Raj Singh Sanghu, Viraj Madappa, Mani Besoya. Adil Bedi made a rare albatross on the 7th in round 1, and at the end we had the most deserving winner with a dramatic finish at the end. Tollygunge Club seems to keep throwing up these dramatic finishes. We had a 6-hole playoff last time, so the trend continues. Now to begin the prize presentation, I'd like to invite here Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi, CEO PGTI, Mr. Anil Mukherjee, Chief Executive and Managing Member, Tollygunge Club. Mr. Joydeep Datta Gupta, President, Tollygunge Club. Mr. Sanjeev Paul, Vice President, Safety, Health and Sustainability, Tata Steel Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the prize presentation, there is a big announcement to be made. Tata Steel and PGTI are renewing their partnership for the next 3 years, as Tata Steel will continue to be PGTI's umbrella partner. I would now request Mr. Sanjeev Paul, Vice President Tata Steel, and Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi, CEO PGTI, to kindly sign the agreement.
Agreement sign করছে উজ্জ্বল
last page sir.
Can we have a photo op, please? I'd now like to request Mr. Sanjeev Paul to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you, Nikhil. The President of Tollygunge, Mr. Joydeep Datta Gupta, Mr. Anil Mukherjee, the CEO of Professional Tour of India, Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi, all the golfers who are here, members of Tollygunge Club, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me tell you that we were witness to a scintillating round of golf, enjoyed the final moments, nerve-wracking last 2 or 3 holes, where Yuvraj finally overtook Viraj. Congratulations to Viraj first for leading most of the time, playing a wonderful round of golf. But it is the last few strokes of brilliance coming from Yuvraj that took the game away. And thank you for such a wonderful display that we were witnessed. So congratulations to you, Yuvraj. Congratulations also to the greenkeepers, the management of Tollygunge Club, for the way they have maintained the course. I guess it is because of the way they maintain the course, the greenkeepers, that the golfers of Tollygunge Club are so good, and we get a bitter taste of this medicine twice every year. This team is coming to Jamshedpur soon, next month, and we hope to settle some scores at that time. As far as the agreement is concerned, Group Tata has been supporting sport in India for decades now, be it hockey, be it football, archery, be it any other sport, and now we have the Tata IPL too. So when 3 years ago Uttam came to us looking for this sponsorship, we didn't demur. We were very happy to be a part of this partnership. But the 3 years since then didn't really go as were planned. COVID confounded most of the tour, the last 2 years especially, and Uttam did have some pain conducting the tour in the last 2 years. Both were curtailed tours, but we stayed the course with PGTI, and we are happy to renew the partnership. Uttam did ask for a raise when we were looking for this. We are happy to raise the sponsorship by around 25%. But we made one condition very clear, that the Tata Steel Tour Championship at Jamshedpur, which is prize money 1.5 crores, that doubles to 3. So this is for the golfers of India, not just the PGTI, because I'm hoping that this would encourage more and more golfers to pick up, more and more youngsters to pick up golf. Thank you so much, Uttam, for being our partner. I hope that this partnership flourishes not just for these 3 years, but even longer. All the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for all your support through all these years, and we look forward to it in the coming years too. I would now request Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi to kindly address the gathering.
Mr. Sanjeev Paul, Mr. Jaydeep Datta Gupta, Mr. Anil Mukherjee, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. I guess before I get on with my thank yous, I would like to first thank Tata Steel for their continued support and for renewing the partnership with the Professional Golf Tour of India. The last couple of years have been tough because of COVID, but I guess it's only because of partners like Tata Steel and Rolex that we came through. Thank you very much, sir, for believing in us and the professionals. This partnership means a lot to the PGTI and to all the players. So now announcing this prize money of 3 crores for the Tata Steel Tour Championship is actually the highest prize money that we have on tours. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Mr. Narendran and Mr. Sanjeev Paul. Thank you very much, sir. This event actually has been a great one, especially with the field that we've had. We've had all the top players here this week. I think it's a fitting grand finale for this particular event. Congratulations to Viraj. Some great golf. I mean, you guys, you've been right through, but you got pipped at the end. Unfortunate, but like they say in golf, there's always the next week that you look forward to. I'm sure there's something bigger and waiting for you. Congratulations to Yuvraj. Fantastic golf. I mean, some display, man. I mean, it's amazing. I don't know where he is. There he is. I'd like to thank the president, the captain, the entire general committee, and the golf committee for playing host this week, sir. Thank you very much. The golf course has been in excellent shape. I guess the scores speak for themselves. The players enjoyed being here. There are a lot of other people that have to be thanked who work behind the scenes. Deep, thank you very much. You've been very, very helpful right through the week. Anil, I'm sorry I've been troubling you a lot, but I guess at the end we've had a great event, so thank you very much. I'd love to see all the youngsters who've been here, but I guess I don't see them here right now. But thank you very much for being here. The entire spectatorship, I guess this is what is required to make an event a success. So thank you all for coming out here, supporting these young professionals. I guess they love showcasing their skills in front of crowds. So, well, I guess thank you very much. We definitely look forward to coming back here again. I'll wait for the president to come on the mic, and I guess then we'll get to the next topic. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Sorry, before I start, can I request Jeev Milkha Singh to come up here and give a vote of thanks on behalf of all the players. This is his second visit to Calcutta. So Jeev, thank you very much firstly for being here for this event. And
thank you, Uttam. Good afternoon to all of you. Everybody next to me on the dais. President, Mr. Sanjeev Paul, the committee. I would like to thank the Tollygunge Golf Club for hosting us here. I think the week went off really well with the golf course being in excellent condition. And on behalf of the players, I would like to thank Tata Steel for extending the sponsorship for the next 3 years. Tata is a household name in our country. And they do a lot for sport all over our country, in every sport. What they've done for golf is a feather in the PGTI's cap, because with their support we wouldn't be able to have these tournaments. And all these players, they have a dream. And they're making a living out of what they love doing. I think all of us are very fortunate to be doing that. And that opportunity is being laid by you people. Thank you, sir. The other thing I would like to say on behalf of the players, if I may, our players have a lot of talent. And opportunities like this and the scoring like this they're producing, and we're having more tournaments on the PGTI with TATA backing us, I'm sure these boys are going to be world beaters in the future. Viraj, excellent show. I think you did a fantastic job. You had a great part on the last, I saw that. But better things to come. Like they say in golf, Uttam put it in the right manner. There's always the next week. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, congratulations. What golf? Proud of you. You've earned it. You hold an awesome putt under the gun on the last hole. You're a true champion. And all the members who came out to watch today, thank you very much for coming out and supporting this event. And hopefully we're back here next year to put up a better show for you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to request Mr. Joydeep Datta Gupta, President Tollygunge Club, to kindly address the gathering.
Good afternoon, everyone. It has been a privilege for us at the Tollygunge Club to host the Tata Steel PGTI tournament. We have had a huge boost for our golf at the club as a result, and we'd like to thank you for coming here. Now, there was a mention of an announcement. We would like to host you here for the next 3 years as well, and I believe you are also open to that. It is so heartening for us. The other day I came to hit some balls and I was in a bay. Jeev Milkha Singh on my left, Viraj Madappa on my right. Oh my, that is so heartening. There was a time when two people used to walk around the course with Viraj. That is PK Madappa and Mrs. Madappa. Today, there were 200 people walking with Viraj around the course. We are very proud of you. And you might think that, oh, that's unfair, 200 people supporting Viraj. Right, what about Yuvraj? Well, we were witness to a shot which we will remember for the rest of our lives. The approach shot on the 16th hole, which landed there, took a backspin, okay? And suddenly Yuvraj got 200 fans. So we had 200 supporters of Viraj, 200 fans of Yuvraj, and we came to the 18th all tied. And then there were people sitting there, our members, who have nothing to do with golf. They understood that there's a duel in progress, and they came to watch. Our chef was sitting on the wall over there, all our staff, all our members from all over. That's the kind of excitement. And it is terrific that Yuvraj won because of something he did right, a great putt, rather than something that somebody else did wrong. So thank you for terrific entertainment, for all of us, terrific learning. It's such a privilege to have all of you here. Thank you very much. And one last announcement for my friend Sanjeev Paul. He mentioned that the Tollygunge Club will be going to Jamshedpur to take them on next week. Right. Now, I've been having a quiet chat with two of our members, with Rahil Ganji and Viraj Madappa. So you might like to factor for that in your plans. Right? Yeah. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, sir. We'll now begin with the prize presentation, and we'll have the runner-up award first to be given away. And I'd request Mr. Joydeep Datta Gupta to kindly do the honors giving away the prize to the runner-up. And The runner-up today, Viraj Madappa, after an exceptional week of 64, 70, 62 and 64, a total of 20 under to 60. The local boy takes away a cheque worth rupees 5,58,250. Congratulations, Viraj. Now for the grand prize, the winning professional this week, and I'd like to request Mr. Sanjeev Paul to kindly do the honors by giving away the prize to the champion. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu with scores of 67, 65, 61 and 66 for a total of 21 under 259. He takes away a prize money cheque worth rupees 8,08,250. It's his second win. Okay, it's time for the customary winner's speech.
A very good evening to everybody, and first of all, big shout out to Tata Steel for extending the contract and making the Tour Championship a 3 crore event. I mean, as an amateur, I was always looked forward to bigger events, so I'm actually looking forward to the Tata Steel Tour Championship now. Thank you so much, sir. Thanks a lot, Tollygunge Golf Club, all the members that walked, all the juniors. I made a friend today. Hey champ, what's up? Thank you for the luck. I think you're lucky. So thanks a lot, Tollygunge Golf Club, the host club, the greenskeeper staff, Sampat sir. We had a little argument on the first day, but I don't think we need preferred life, so thank you so much. Big shout out to the PGTI staff, Nikhil sir, Mati sir, everybody who put this tournament together. All the tour sponsors, my sponsors, Callaway, Travis Matthew, I just signed with them, and there's a victory there, so I think big things to come forward. My family, my dad, my mom, my sister were not here, but they're watching the live, so big shout out to them. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot, my team. Sonu, my brother, my manager, my item manager, sorry for shouting on you, but what a great performance, man. Wherever you are, I can't see Sonu. Sonu, great shout out to this guy. Thanks a lot, guys. It's been an honor here. I'm looking forward to coming back to Tollygunge, and thanks a lot for all the wishes. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Yuvraj, on a well-deserved win. There's another special announcement. There were 2 hole-in-ones this week, one by Manu Gandas in round 1 and the other by Vijita Bandara in round 3. They get rupees 20,000 each from PGTI. And finally, before we wrap up, we'd like to say thank you to Mr. Anil Mukherjee for all your support, sir. The Tollygunge Club, members of the committee, Mr. Gaurav Pundir and his team for the golf course, Mr. Sudeep Basu and his F&B team for all the support, all the players, referees and officials, our associate partner, Incredible India, our tour partners, Rolex, Tata Steel, American Express, Amrutanjan, Fruitnik Electro Plus, Golf Plus Monthly and Athletic Drive. A special thank you to Tata Steel once again for the renewal. Thank you, sir. That's it from the prize presentation. Jai Hind.